Morning, everyone. Morning, everyone. We are ready to start. Just again, a reminder to please switch off your cell phones. Thanks.
Good morning, Ms. Good morning, Ms.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning,
Good morning,
Mr.
Commissioner. Good morning, Commissioner.
And good morning, Commissioner Spies. And good morning, Commissioner Spies.
Morning, Anthony.
Commissioner Spies, I trust you still have the two files in front of you. Small file and the big file. So-called small file and the big file. Can we turn to the small file?
Correct.
Can we turn to the small file, your statement? And when we parted on Friday, we had dealt with the last paragraph at page 6, at the bottom of page 6. And we ended our conversation around the blue lights. You recall that issue?
Correct.
You recall that?
Correct.
Before we start a new topic, I thought perhaps to establish from your experience, how prevalent is this problem of quote unquote misuse of blue lights? Was this the sole incident? Are there other incidents you may want to bring to the attention of the Commission? Thank you.
Morning, Commissioners. Morning, Commissioners. It is definitely not the sole incident. Even though it's still occurring. Even though I've retired from Ekurhuleni Metro Police, my old officers still have contact with me. They phoned me 2 weeks ago to explain the exact same incident where on the N12 highway a vehicle, black BMW with blue lights, was stopped by an officer. Did a radio inquiry. This officer did a radio inquiry. And after he did the radio inquiry, and then all went quiet. And then when they did the inquiry on the vehicle itself, the vehicle was let go. But the vehicle itself belongs to a company with the name of Calvin and Family, which is a private security firm situated in the East Rand. So this is still prevalent. It happens numerous times that it happens.
Now, that's not part of your written statement. If the Commission were to pursue that, to establish the accuracy of the report you got as regards the N12 incident, firstly, we would have to file a supplementary statement. But I guess for me, most importantly, how do we go about testing the accuracy of that statement, the report you got?
There's a radio control, the radios are monitored, there's logbooks, electronic logbooks and OB occurrence books at the radio control in Ekurhuleni, which will record all of this. And then the officers on the radio itself that heard it and that interacted with it is also be able to testify to the exactness of that.
Thank you. Is there any other incident worth noting? Or is that where you end?
No, that's where I end 2 weeks ago, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Ms. Law, will you be arranging that we at least an investigation into those documents?
Indeed, Commissioner Baloyi, we intend to. Commissioner Spies now advises that we get in touch with the Ekurhuleni Radio Control. As I understand it, the call would have been logged in the occurrence book. So ours would be to uplift the content of that report in the occurrence book, its detail, and try and locate a witness who can speak to those facts and perhaps shed more light on the incident.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What about the name of a security company was mentioned?
Yes, the name of
contacting that security company and finding out how it came about that they were given permission to use blue lights. My concern with approaching the municipality is that the allegations in this commission are that the municipality has not acted on many of the reports.
Yes.
And there's even frustration of the investigations within the municipality. So we might end up with a report which is incomplete.
Indeed.
Whereas if we get confirmation from the security company, at least they will be able to explain who gave them permission and under what circumstances. If indeed it's true that they are using blue lights, because we don't know that.
We don't.
Thank you.
Well, thanks, Commissioner Khumalo. We shall do so. So perhaps, in essence, we will seek to obtain two statements, one from the radio control perspective, Ekurhuleni Radio Control Office perspective, and the other from the very security company that is said to have used the blue lights on the date. So, just a last question on that. Would you have a sense of the date on which this happened?
Commissioners, I have it, but then I have to consult my phone to look specifically at the exact date. I think it's a Wednesday or Thursday, and I have got the registration number as it was reported to me.
Okay, then I don't think we have to detain the Commission with that, seeing as we will be seeking at least the statements. You will then provide us with that further detail to assist us in establishing the facts around this matter.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner, then we move on. In our statement, we're at page 7. And at page 7, you have a heading, formal investigation and Brigadier Julius Mkwanazi's involvement. And the involvement, just to locate us in where we're at, his involvement relates to the alleged use of blue lights in a private vehicle, the videos of which you flighted last week. You recall that? So if you can then take your testimony from paragraph 19 at page 7. Thank you.
So on this specific day, when I received this query and we answered this back to the media through Colonel Tipa, and I then instructed Colonel Erasmus, he is the head of internal affairs in Ekurhuleni Metro Police. I instructed him formally with a letter to say that he must initiate this misconduct inquiry because of the seriousness of this as well. I also went further to instruct him that he must not delegate it to a lower rank because it's a senior officer that is involved, that we don't have the situation where lower ranks like constables investigate seniors, managers. It could be abused in that manner. This instruction is also, it's done in writing formally. And then during that week, during that week, it was council meeting on the Thursday evening as well. And on the Tuesday morning, Commissioner Mazzolo came back from leave, and I then addressed it directly with him to say, can you please assist me in getting answers in this matter? And then he said to me, but I must contact directly Brigadier Mkwanazi because he was on leave and he doesn't know what took place. On the Thursday evening at the council meeting itself, Brigadier Mkwanazi was at the council meeting. I approached him then at the council meeting itself, where I informed him, but we have this media queries. I've sent it to you. I haven't received any answers yet. Can I please have an answer about it? He then explained to me that, but we have a formal relationship with this company, Cat VIP, where they actually assist us at all scenes, and not only us, they assist DPCI, TOMS, which is the tactical operation side of the DPCI. They assist us with information and they respond to scenes and all things like that. I said to him, but it's impossible. I don't know anything about this. I've never heard it. And he then stated that he will send me WhatsApps of previous successes, which will then prove that Cat VIP was involved at these incidents and crime scenes and everything. So during the council meeting when we were sitting at, he started to send me WhatsApps relating to these incidents where Cat VIP is listed then as a role player in crime scenes. And later that evening, he also then concluded that, but they were even involved in a State of the City address, which is an annual event by the cities where the mayor would produce or present the State of the City address. And in the 2022 March State of the City address, which was done by Alderman Tanya Campbell, he alleged that even in the operational plan, it's there, that CAT VIP is part of this. And I said, that doesn't sound right to me, but send me proof of that. He started to send me WhatsApps with pictures. And then I said to him later during the WhatsApp conversation, I want a plan. This is pictures. It could be photoshopped, and I don't believe in that. Send me the original plan. And later the evening, he sent me a SharePoint link, which is an email with a link that you can click on it, and then you will get to an operational plan. But it took me also to pictures of the plan itself. And then I answered him back and say, I want the operational plan, the original. Because for every operation that we conduct, there will be an operational plan which is signed off and approved, and that gets archived and kept in the records. So the very next morning, he sent an operational plan in a sealed envelope to my office. I opened this operational plan, and just by opening it and looking at the plan, it looks to me if it's uttering, if it's a Photoshop, if it's altered. The reason being is that the document itself consists of 14 pages. The first 2 to 3 pages had a smudge on the paper as if it was printed on an old cartridge, like makes a faint mark on the papers.
Commissioner Spies, if I may, I do apologize. The detail you are providing, in particular on that document, I think would be best served by going to the actual document. So if we could wait, you deal with that further on in your statement. We will wait and get to that annexure, and then you will take the commissioners through the issues you had with that particular operational plan that Mr. Mkwanazi provided you with. For the moment, though, I would like to refer you to your paragraph 19. You deal there with an annexure RS7. And this, according to your...
Just before you do that, I don't know if you were listening, Commissioner, when Chief Mapia was testifying.
No, I didn't, Commissioner.
Okay. I corrected him on the pronunciation of Kulu. He pronounced it Kulu. So I want to correct you as well. You repeatedly talk of Makwanazi. There is no A right at the beginning of that first syllable. The A is after the H, so it's Mkwanazi, not Makwanazi.
I have to apologize.
So I have to be fair in insisting on the correct pronunciation. So I should not correct only Chief Mapia, I should correct you as well.
I have to apologize, Commissioner.
Mkwanazi. It's very easy. Yes, easy. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'd referred you to Annexure RS7, that's to be found at page 11 in the annexure file. Now, at your paragraph 19, you say this was the letter of instruction you issued to Lieutenant Colonel Erasmus to investigate the matter. Are you at RS7?
Correct, Commissioner.
Just to confirm a few things, it is dated at the bottom thereof, 2nd of February 2023. And against that date is the name R. Spies with a signature. R. Spies refers to yourself, and that is your signature, you confirm?
That's correct.
And directed from, we see from the top of the page, to H.J. Erasmus, Lieutenant Colonel.
That's correct.
And you indicated that when you issued this letter, as the letter itself states, you were then the acting police commissioner.
That's correct, Commissioner.
I would like to refer you to midway that page. There are 2 headings. The second is a description of accusation. Could you read the first paragraph into the letter, into the record?
It was reported that Brigadier J.D. Mkwanazi appointed CAT VIP services on an official document. Vehicles was registered on the City of Ekurhuleni name. It was further alleged that Brigadier J.D. Mkwanazi appointed individuals to work with EMPD. These and other conduct need to be investigated accordingly, including other facts that may be discovered during the investigation, and any other conduct that you may determine during this investigation.
And with the issue and service of that letter on Colonel Erasmus? Thank you. With the issue of that letter and service on Colonel Erasmus, that was the trigger of the formal investigation within EMPD.
That's correct, Commissioners.
You then move on to, there's a paragraph 21.
Before you
Yes.
do that, Mr. Let me just ask about this relating to the same letter. Commissioner, we had evidence from Chief Mapie that at some point he was instructed by the city manager to discontinue disciplinary proceedings. Now, against Brigadier Mkwanazi. Now, in paragraph 1 of this letter, you say, in terms of clause 7 to the disciplinary procedure collective agreement, I, the authorized representative, do hereby appoint you as the investigating officer. You must investigate the allegation as per the accusation of misconduct. It's that first sentence that I'm interested in, which is, you are the authorized representative in terms of clause 7, to us where the power, in terms of that disciplinary procedure collective agreement, where the power to institute disciplinary processes lies, according to that collective agreement.
Commissioner, for all local government, there is a bargaining council where collective agreements are reached with, which is represented by SALGA, which is the South African Local Government Association, and organised labour, which is IMATU and SAMBO as the two organised labours. Collective agreements is through the years then obviously reached and signed and agreed upon. And those collective agreements, this specific collective agreement is an old collective agreement that's just been extended continuously. In terms of that, the actual disciplinary proceedings and authorized representative is the accounting officer, which is the city manager in this case. However, she has delegated at that stage when this letter was issued, the delegation was issued to the heads of department, which is the chief of police for Metro Police. And it was also then that further disciplinary steps to appoint the presiding and the presenting officers was vested in formal delegation from her office to the head of employee relations. It's a divisional head, which at that stage was Klolani and Ngisa. He was appointed as the disciplinary representative. So to initiate investigations in the department in terms of this agreement, vested in the heads of department. Once the investigation has reached a state where there's prima facie evidence, the chief of police will then hand over the complete dossier with an instruction to the DHER, employee relations, and there is then two methods of concluding it. The one is what we call, it's an informal process, and there's a formal process. Informal is for petty matters. A person arrived late for work, and it will be dealt with within the department, and the presiding and the presenting officer for the disciplinary case will be internal officers that will deal with it because it's petty. However, when it's highly technical or when it is a very serious matter that could lead to dismissal, then it will be handed over to the division employee relations, which is situated within the human resource department.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Ms. Sele.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. I was taking you to your next annexure, which you deal with at paragraph 21. And this annexure you term WhatsApp messages between yourself and Brigadier Mkwanazi after you had approached him on this matter. Now, the RS8 starts at your page 12. We don't have to read the content unless there is something in particular you would like to draw the Commissioner's attention to. But you could just help us understand how to read Annexure 12. Thank you. Annexure 8, I apologize.
Yes. Commissioners, this is an export from my WhatsApp chats with Brigadier Mkwanazi, then Brigadier Mkwanazi, who is now a Deputy Chief, Acting Chief Mkwanazi. It starts off, obviously, when we started, like 2017, but if you go to page 14 in the middle of the page, there's a break where it was a report of cable theft and then a list of that, and then immediately thereafter it says 2023-0202-2049. This is where Julius Mkwanazi then sent to me a series of WhatsApp that says success report, And then there's a break in it because it is old WhatsApps, which is 2022-1221, Mafolo, Soweto, Johannesburg. It's an old WhatsApp that he has forwarded to me. And it starts off with units involved. And then it's listing DPCI TOMS, saturation unit, bad boy security, and then a hyphen space, and then cat VIP security. And it's about a hit on a taxi chairman of Nanduwe. And the next, that list and everything that was a success at that specific incident. And then on 2322 on the next page, page 15, it again lists Julius Mkonasi operational success. And then it lists 21222 Ortia Cargo Section, Kempton Park. Ortia is the abbreviation for OR Tambo International Airport. And Cargo Section is the northern portion of it where we have gates that where cargo can go in and out. And there it lists then 11 suspects arrested, 3 unlicensed firearms, 33 unlicensed live ammunition, 8-ton truck with false plates. And then again the units involved. It says Hawks, TOMS, Tactical Operations Management Solution, STF, which is the Special Task Force, CAT VIP Security, Bad Boy Security, K9 Law Enforcement, and then list report. So this was a set of WhatsApps that he then forwarded to me to say, but here's proof that we have worked with specifically CAT VIP.
Thank you. You do deal with the 2 documents, the memoranda of understanding.
So, Ms. Lake,
yes,
can I
Commissioner.
just ask for clarification here?
Indeed.
Commissioner, so looking at that page 14, you've got the DPCI TOMS saturation unit, bad boy security, and then you've got CAT VIP security. And then you've given us that list again at page 15, which now has in it the STF and the K9. I'm trying to understand what it is that Brigadier Mkhwanazi was conveying to you. Was he saying to you that CAT VIP were involved as listed here at the invitation or assisting the EMPD? That's why they were involved here? Or that's the one possibility. The other is they came in as an independent party, not invited by the EMPD, but used by whether it's DPCI TOMS or somebody else. What in fact was he conveying to you?
Commissioner, from what I understood was the query and the questions was about CAT VIP security specifically from the media. And the way I asked him as well is, why is this company involved here? And then his words when he spoke to me was that, but this company has been involved with us. They're assisting us, there's MOUs between us, and they are working with us. And here's proof that they are actually at crime scenes where EMPD is also present, and then give successes back of that.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. We will get to the memoranda of understanding that were ostensibly concluded between Ekurhuleni and CAT VIP. But for the moment, just to let you know that Chief Mappier did testify on these documents. And according to our records, those memoranda were concluded in October 2021. Is that your recollection as well?
The purported,
no.
It wasn't concluded.
Thank you for the correction. Were signed by Brigadier Mkhwanazi in October 2021.
Correct.
Okay. Now, I ask because at page 14, what he highlights and the part that you drew our attention to, as well as page 15, these are incidents that arose in 2023 and both 2023 and in February, where he claims that there have been these deployments of VIP CAT security.
The first one that he sent is in 2022, December. The second one is October 2022. And then the third one is February 2023.
Okay. Now, Chief Mappier informed us that Ekurhuleni, EMPD issues public tenders for provision of security services to EMPD facilities. You are aware of that?
Correct. It's for security guards to protect council premises.
And he drew the commissioner's attention to the fact that in 2020, the EMPD appointed 10 service providers for that purpose and provided a list. And for the record, that will be Chief Mapiea's Annexure JM13 and JM14. So there is a list of service providers.
Correct, Commissioners. There's in terms of the MFMA, the Finance Management Act, there's every 3 years a tender that is published and then awarded to security companies to protect council premises. And the tender runs in a 3-year cycle.
Yes. Looking then at page 14, you are given in details by Brigadier Mkwanazi regarding the engagement of entities such as Bad Boys Security. And unless it goes by another name, you can accept that according to JM13, tendered by Chief Mapieye, that entity is not one of the 10 listed there. Do you know who Bad Boys Security is or was at the time?
Bad Boy Security is a security company which I know of them. They're in Johannesburg and a little bit on the East Rand as well. I don't know further than that. I know them. It's like a private security company that I sometimes see their vehicles. And Cat VIP Security at that date and time, I didn't know them at all. I know them now.
Okay, and equally so with Cat VIP Security, they don't appear on that list.
Correct. They're not part of Bad Boys or Cat VIP Security is not one of the tender-approved security companies for guarding services at all.
No, there is a reference as well to saturation unit. What is that?
I don't know all the abbreviations. I would believe that this is a South African Police Services unit belonging to either the DPCI, TOMS, Hawk. I don't know what the saturation unit in the South African Police Services. It's not one of our units. We don't have a unit like that in Ekurhuleni Metro Police.
Okay. Then at page 15, you referred us to page 15, that date entry 2023-0202. And then it's got another date below that, 02-12-2022, the Otia cargo section, and the units involved. Is it a correct way to read those messages to mean that the units involved listed there at page 15 under the date 02-12-22 were involved in the Otia cargo section issue, whatever that may have been. Am I reading it correctly?
Correct. It's in terms of the success report, it's first stated in the first paragraphs with the red bullets. It's black here, but on my WhatsApps it's red bullets. It states what was found back, what was arrested, and then it says units involved, and it lists the units. And then it will state in the report what actually have happened. They were robbing Swissport cargo section. That's what it is.
So you say this incident related to a robbery of the Swissport section at the airport at Otia?
Correct.
Then I understand that the units involved were Hawks Toms Tactical Operations Management Solution, STF Special Task Force, CAT VIP Security, Bad Boys Security, K9 Law Enforcement. You see that at the bottom of page 15.
Correct, Commissioner.
Is it a correct interpretation on my part to say all those units were involved in dealing with that Swissport robbery, resulting in the arrest of 11 suspects, finding 3 firearms, and all that is listed there? So CAT Security was part of that operation.
That is what. Is
that how you two understood it?
That's how I understood it, and it's sometimes it's even strange to me is that all these units are involved, and it's sent to me from Brigadier Mkwanazi as if it is Ekurhuleni Metro Police that is running the show. But we are not even listed there. So it's to me, it feels as if he just took stuff wherever the word cat VIP came on and sent it on to me to say, but look here, we are working with them. But we are not even listed on that scene, even though it's in our area on that.
By we, I take it, it's reference to EMPD.
Ekurhuleni, sorry, Commissioners, it's force of habit. If I'm speaking about it, it's Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department.
And Commissioner, the first one is not even in your area. I understand the other three are within Ekurhuleni, but chasing a suspected hitman in Mufulwa, Soweto, on page 14, the very first entry. What does that have to do with the EMPD?
Commissioner, that is one of the rogueness that hopefully I will touch on later, is that in terms of the South African Police Services Act, Section 64, we as Metro Police is established and we have a specific mandate, which is traffic enforcement, bylaw enforcement and crime prevention. That's the main mandate. But we are further also restricted to our area of jurisdiction to the local government that has appointed us, except there's a clause that also allows us, if there's collaboration agreements or there's agreements with other cities, that we can extend upon request to those areas. But a large portion of what these groups did is that they were actually operating rogue. They would hear a rumor here or information here, and they will go and do law enforcement, arrest people in Hammanskraal. They will go to KZN. They will go to Free State. They will actually arrest, and it will all be good successes according to them because there's arrest in that. But they acted completely out of scope. They do criminal investigations, which is the sole capability of the South African Police Service at all. But they were doing it.
Thank you, Commissioner Khumalo. Taking you back to page 15, that OR Tambo incident that is referenced there. For the record, OR Tambo Airport falls within the jurisdiction of Ekurhuleni. So if there was anything that required Metro Police involvement, that would fall under the jurisdiction of EMPD. Is that correct?
Correct, Commissioners, but we will assist the South African Police Service if they ask us. If it's in our area, we will assist them with whatever they ask us to do within our area.
So you say EMPD would assist. If you go to the bottom of page 15 then, and the list, the units listed there, as I said, it's Hawks Toms, Special Task Force, CAT VIP Security, Bad Boys, K9 Law Enforcement. There are 5 units, ostensibly, that were involved. Which police service or force or unit would actually have been responsible or initiated this engagement at Otia? I'm trying to understand because I see 2 CAT VIP, Bad Boys Security, sounds like private companies. I see Hawks Toms Tactical Operation Management Solution. Then there's the Special Task Force reference and the K9 Law Enforcement referenced. Who, in your understanding, was responsible for that operation? Which of these units, if any?
From my understanding, how it works is that the Hawks, the tactical operation, would actually be the one who do the operational plan and manage and control it. And the STF, if it's the South African, and I don't know if it's the South African Special Task Force, but if it is the South African Special Task Force because of the high risk involved, they would operate obviously based on the operational plan that was drawn up and managed by Hawks. And they will do the dangerous work of doing the rest and that, but the planning and everything would be resorting under the Hawks.
Now, if we accept that this was a Hawks Toms operation supported by the Special Task Force, beyond that, it's K9 Law Enforcement. Is that an EMPD unit, or is that
I do not
provincial,
know.
national?
No, Commissioners, I don't know. If it's stated K9 Law Enforcement, it could be anyone. It could be Ekurhuleni Metro Police. It could be SAPS. I wouldn't know who that is because nowhere in that whole report does it actually list if it was Ekurhuleni's K9 or if it was SAPS K9. It is not listed.
Then it leaves the other 2, CAT VIP and Bad Boys. How does this become an operation that falls under Ekurhuleni when you say it, at best, it was an operation by Hawks Toms, which is not an Ekurhuleni unit, that perhaps would be a national unit. I don't see how Ekurhuleni gets involved in this operation based on the entities listed there. Are you able to shed light?
Commissioners, from what I understand from what's standing here is that Cat VIP and Bad Boy Security as the private security could have been the informants, or they could have received the information, and they therefore are assisting the Hawks to actually do the operation because they have access maybe to Swissport Cargo or to the information where it was. So from my understanding from what's standing here is that Cat VIP and Bad Boy Security is involved with the Hawks, they are supporting them, and that the STF is obviously necessary because it's a high-risk robbery that's going to take place. That's my understanding from this. The K9 law enforcement, I wouldn't know who it was. It could be Ekurhuleni. It could also, because it's a year before it even happened, and this was just sent as WhatsApps, which I didn't really even care about it. It was like someone made them up just to send to me to say, yes, here is successes to prove that we do work with Cat VIP.
And this is supposed to have happened on the 2nd of December 2022. You were still with EMPD at the time?
It's correct, Commissioner. It's 2 December.
And at the time, what position did you hold in EMPD again?
I was then the Deputy Chief of Police, Auxiliary and Support Services. I was appointed 1 August 2022 in that post, so Deputy Police Commissioner then.
Now, could we turn to you to find out whether there is a record of an operation such as described in that WhatsApp that the EMPD was responsible for, or who do we turn to try and get an answer to that?
Only from the Hawks. If it's a police operation like this where the Hawks and the STF is, it will be a SAPS-driven operational plan, even if we were there, even though we're not mentioned here at all. Even if we were there, we would do a supporting role to SAPS, fully supporting role, not even at the front line.
So then if we were to pursue this operation and see the involvement of everyone in it, we need to turn to Hawks Toms. You can't help us beyond that.
Correct.
Thank you. Noted.
May I just check this, Commissioner? If this were in the nature, or rather on the face of these operations as they are described here, it doesn't look like anything that would be initiated and run by the EMPD. They would have been playing a supportive role, as you explained. And given that Brigadier Mkhwanazi, when he sent this to you, your understanding of what he was conveying was that Cat VIP were there to assist EMPD. You've testified that the security companies are appointed to secure the property of the municipality. Would it have been proper and open to EMPD to invite Madlanga VIP, Cat VIP security into an operation where the EMPD has been asked by, let's say, the Hawks or SAPS to come and assist them?
No, Commissioner, that would be completely out of bounds and out of script. No outsiders get invited into an operation where we are already, even if we are with SAPS, it just leads to leak of information and anything. So we wouldn't invite, if the SAPS and the Hawks is in charge of operation, there's an operational plan which is driven by them. If we are then invited to assist them, we assist them. We cannot carry on and invite more people. It just opens up and it makes a farcical of policing when information is being leaked all over the show to everyone. And we would not, at the bottom end, when we do patrols, we have friendly relationships with the security companies that is in our same areas that we patrol. So it's not that we don't know they are there. We do work together. If they say, for instance, to us, but there's a robbery at one of my clients' house around the corner, we will obviously assist and respond there. Or if they arrest someone and they contact us, we will go and assist them. But we don't have formal approved operations or MOUs with security companies as Ekurhuleni at all. We only have this 10 companies that's annually or every 3 years appointed to protect our guarding and our premises that we have, not to do patrols and provide extra services to us and do anything security related.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thanks, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Thank you for walking us through that annexure, Commissioner Spies. We then move to your paragraph 21. No, we're still at your paragraph 21 because you reference another annexure there. And that annexure, you say that Brigadier Mkwanazi, and I'm reading from your statement, quote, also stated that CAT VIP had provided protection for the mayor and for the proceedings during the State of the City address by Alderman Tanya Campbell in 2022. Do you see where I'm reading?
Correct, Commissioner.
And for that purpose, you say he sent photos and shared a SharePoint link of the operational plan in respect of that event. You overleaf at paragraph 22, then have a heading analysis of the MOU and operational plan. I would like us to park, you have annexed the operational plan as annexure RS9 capital A. It's in the annexure file. But when you turn over, you start with the MOUs. So we're going to follow the structure of your statement and start with the MOUs, and then we'll come back to annexure RSA 9. Do you understand my logic?
Correct, Commissioner.
Thank you. Let's turn then to page 8. At page 8, paragraph 22, you highlight what the investigations revealed, and you reference the two documents which you have annexed as RS10 and RS11. Could you take the commissioners through that? Thank you.
Commissioners, they were sent via email, and what is attached here too as well is the two MOUs which was drafted between the first one, which is on page 25, RS10, is listing a MOU or agreement between Medicare 24 Emergency Medical Services and UBIS Protection Services, which is duly represented by Mike van Wyk. And that is then on page 30. It is signed off by Brigadier Mkwanazi, Director Specialized Services. And it's as if it's dated October 2021. If you look at the date just before, above his signature, that says effective date, and it leaves a day open, but it's month 10, October, and 2021 is the year, and then it's got open years at the end. That was the first version that was submitted. Then the second version is a very similar memorandum of agreement, but this time it is with CAT VIP protection, which is on page 32. And this MOU is then also signed on page 34. It ends the same thing as that, effective date, and then a 10/2021, just fill in a date. It's also under support by JD Mkwanazi, and it's then dated with a date handwritten in as 13 October 2021.
Commissioner Spies, my apologies. Commissioners, just to orientate you, those are the same documents that Chief Mapie submitted as JM11 and JM12 respectively. Thank you. You may proceed, Commissioner.
The one thing that I want to highlight on this first one with Medicare 24 is that if on page 30, and I've actually, maybe Advocate Defensie, if we can just highlight that specific paragraph, because when we start the investigation, this paragraph jumped out at us to say, but here's vehicles that's being registered onto our name from a private firm or security company that we will use. But this paragraph is completely against any police training, knowledge that I have, is that, and maybe if I can read that into record, is that EMPD will assist with registration of vehicles under EMPD as official vehicles, and we will be permitted to use blue and red lights to respond for and on behalf of EMPD. The cost of this will be for Medicare 24 and Bus Protection Services. That's as if we outsource law enforcement now to a private company, to say you will respond on my behalf, you will actually act as a policeman. That's what this MOU purport to be. And that's why when I read this, it is so wrong that every fiber in my body jumps up to say, but this is wrong, here's something horrible. The registration of the vehicles that is on our name, actually red flagged. And the investigation initially say, but here is something much deeper and it's very wrong. And that's why we start with the disciplinary inquiry misconduct investigation.
Commissioner, I think what you read has been put up on the screen just for reference point or reference purposes. That is Annexure RS10. And that is the memorandum of agreement allegedly between Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Police Department and Medicare 24. And just to confirm that at our paginated page 30 of the bundle, that is where you read from. There are 5 bullet points on that page. But if you go a step back or a page back at page 29, it would appear it's part of a list of what is termed understandings.
Correct, Commissioners. So
the part you read is the last bullet point of these quote-unquote understandings as they appear at page 30.
That's correct. The page 29 will deal with what Medicare 24 will provide.
Yes.
And then page 30 deals with what Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department will provide.
Thank you. Noted. You may proceed. We have now dealt with RS10.
Can I just ask this? Commissioner, that paragraph that you read into the record, it makes reference to red lights. Can you just explain what is this within the EMPD?
Commissioner, the lights, as I've stated earlier, in terms of the National Road Traffic Act, specific lights have specific meanings. A blue light is always law enforcement of those entities that may have them, South African Police Service, the SANDF, military police, the traffic and the municipal police. Those are the ones that may use blue lights. Red lights, in terms of the law, must be used by medical practitioners, which is a paramedic or ambulance responding to a scene. That is the use of red lights. Amber lights is then for construction work and that. And green lights is civil defense when a person responds to a civil defense light for a green light. So red lights in this manner is, we do not have red lights. As Ekurhuleni Metro Police, we do not have. But there is sometimes a municipal police department that combine the use of police and paramedics, for instance, in a city. And then when you have a combined, even South African Police Service, when you have a combined service where there's paramedics in the vehicle plus there's policemen in the vehicle, you will use a combination of blue and red in the vehicles. But if it's purely police, it will be blue. If it's purely ambulance or medical services, it will be red.
And you're saying Ekurhuleni doesn't have this combined?
We do not have combined at all. We are a Metro Police Department consisting purely of a Metro Police Department. There is a disaster management and emergency services section which use fire engines and used to have ambulances. They would use red.
And Brigadier Mkhwanazi would know that you don't have this combined service, and so he wasn't authorized to permit use of red lights.
Correct,
Is that
Commissioner.
Something he would know?
Correct, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner Kumar.
Advocate Silo, on page 29 still, items 4 and 5. Just reading those 2 items, it seems to me that it wasn't just law enforcement and blue lights that were being outsourced. Even health and legal services were now being outsourced to CAT, at least to Medicare 24, not CAT protection services. just reading item 4 and 5.
Indeed, Commissioner.
Commissioner, do you want to read those into the record? We don't have to deal with them.
I can, Commissioner.
It's at page 29, under the heading Understandings.
So,
what Commissioner Khumalo is referring us to is the numbered items 1 to 7, and he's asking you to read into the record. Is it 4 and 5, Commissioner? 4 and 5, thank you.
It's understandings. By signing this MOU, Medicare 24 Emergency Services agrees to, number 1, first project will be a trial run.
Sorry, Commissioner, I apologize, I was unclear. Commissioner Khumalo would like you to read items 4, listed 4 and 5, and leave the others in that list.
4 and 5?
4 and 5, please.
Can I read 6 as well?
Then you can read 6 for you as well, thank you.
Can you read 7 as well? Please.
Then please read from 4 till 7. Chair, any particular request? No. 4 to 7, thank you.
I will explain why 6 when I get to 6. Medicare 24 Anubis Protection Services can assist when needed. All members are registered with PSIRA and are issued firearms through our VIP protection unit that are owned by Medicare 24 Holdings. 5, the CEO's health qualifications and legal degree can assist when needed in an event of a drug bust, and I can give legal advice when needed. 6, Medicare 24 can assist with drawing bloods in roadblocks for you, and staff will be available. And this I just want to pause and explain why, is that when we as road traffic enforcement, part of our mandate do in terms of the National Road Traffic Act, there's a prescription that you can either draw blood or that you can do a breathalyzer test, but blood is the most known at the moment. But the Criminal Procedure Act goes further to say when you draw blood, it must be by a registered medical practitioner. And that is sometimes misunderstood. It's not just any nurse on the street that can draw your blood. It's a registered medical practitioner, meaning it must be a doctor with a with a medical qualification and registered as such, and it must be a registered nurse with a health profession. So this can assist with drawing blood. Maybe that's to hold the patient down, but you cannot draw blood if you're not, in terms of the Criminal Procedure Act, a registered medical practitioner. And then 7 is Medicare 24 can also manage your workman's compensation injuries on duty. That is also a very contentious issue because we're an employer and we're registered with the Compensation Commissioner, and the Compensation Commissioner deals with it, and we have staff on board that actually deals with our workman compensation within the department. It is not dealt with by outsiders in Ekurhuleni at all.
Thank you, Commissioners. So I think it was Commissioner Baloyi who made the point that according to this document, it was Commissioner Khumalo, technically this entity was taking over all the services provided by EMPD and acting for and on behalf of EMPD if they were to be followed. Is that your sense as well?
That's only if this was ever approved and signed. This will never pass a proper legal department or through a scrutiny.
Did you ever get to establish, and you read this into the record on that list, item 5? I understand that the CEO, and we're talking here of Medicare 24 Emergency Services, he has got health qualifications and legal degree, and was offering to assist when required in an event of a drug bust, and she can give legal advice where needed. Did you get to know, firstly, what legal advice during a drug bust did you understand this to mean that he could provide help on?
This is a laughing matter if I actually read this, and I'm looking at it from a police perspective. We are a formal city with a formal legal department, and even in terms of policies and procedures within a council, any employee, if you need legal advice, or any department, if you need legal advice, it will go through your legal department, and that legal department will give legal advice. If they're not in a position to give it for whatever reason, whatever matter, they will use contracted, proper SC or legal advice from outside. But on a scene itself, from a foreigner, from a strange person getting legal advice, that it just doesn't work like that in any law enforcement environment where we arrive on a scene and someone else from a private sector arrives there and says, let me give you legal advice. It will actually, and genuinely, if I'm there as a policeman and someone gives me legal advice on a scene, he will most probably be arrested for obstructing justice because he's interfering in my scene.
Okay. Point taken.
That is also assuming they do hold qualifications to advise, to give legal advice, right?
Yeah, that I cannot confirm. I don't know if I don't know this company.
If Mr. Van Wyk is a lawyer, what lawyer, and that he's a doctor, and what doctor. We don't know that.
The only way, if the Medicare 24 and this person, Mike Van Wyk, the only way I know about him is rumors that he used to work for Boksburg Traffic Department in the paramedic health environment very, very long ago, before we became even a city. I don't know if he in the meantime studied and became a lawyer or anything. I just don't know him at all.
Thank you. But it would appear not only a lawyer, he's got health qualifications. I don't know if I'm assuming too much that it is he qualified as a doctor and then he's got legal qualifications. So we take it at face value. We would accept that he is a highly qualified person.
Yeah, but I don't know that, Commissioner.
I know. Thank you. Moving then to the next MOU, you deal with that again at paragraph 22.3, and that is RS 11. Is there anything in particular you'd like to draw the Commissioner's attention to, insofar as that particular MOU is concerned?
This MOU differs just that it is with CAT VIP security, which I've never heard before. And then on page 33, it states a specific list that this MOU will pertain to, where they will provide us with vehicles. Understandings from their side in the middle of the page. And by signing this memorandum of understanding, CAT VIP Protection agrees to 1.1, provide the Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department with the following. 1.1.1, 2 BMW motor vehicles. 1.1.2, 1 Mercedes-Benz motor vehicle. 1.1.3, 1 Volkswagen Golf motor vehicle, which makes a total of 4 vehicles. It also then goes to 1.2 to provide the Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department with a helicopter with which the department will fly for a maximum of 2 hours per month when needed for operations, and to assist the Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department with VIP protection services, skills transfers, and tactical training. And then 1.4, ensure that CAT VIP staff that may be required to be part of any operation to carry out any task is well-trained, proficient, has the necessary qualification or permit as required by the law of the Republic of South Africa to carry out such tasks. And then on page 34, it's the commitments from Ekurhuleni Police. They forgot the metro there, but the Ekurhuleni Police Department is that we agree to 2.1 to dedicate a duty officer, community relations to focus on crime prevention and community safety in and around the Ekurhuleni Metro, and to report those who attempt to who have committed crimes of any nature, be it on the roads, in commercial or residential settlements, both in urban, semi-rural, and rural settlements of the Ekurhuleni Metro. And just for pausing there, is that now it sounds like the Metro Police must report crime to a private company, whereas crime is the sole purveyor of law. We must actually report crime to SAPS and not to a private company at all. 2.2, the on-duty officer shall serve as a liaison to community officer EMPD in order to facilitate access to appropriate management and community resources. And 2.3, make the operational duty officer available to work in partnership with CAT VIP protection staff that may be called upon to assist in special operations. So it sounds as if we are really abdicating or giving everything away to a private company to become the Metro Police on our behalf.
Thank you for that.
Sorry, Mr.
Yes, Chair.
May I request that whether over the tea break or maybe even lunch, Ms. Buhlasedi should look at my annexures. You'll find an annexure, maybe RS10, running across more than one flag. And it's the same with RS11, so it makes it very difficult for me to follow, to read properly.
It is true, Chair, and I apologize for that. I don't know how it happened. Just to check with the other commissioners that they don't have the problem. It's only you, Chair. We will attend to it immediately during tea, Chair. My apologies.
Thank you.
Commissioner, what you have just read now into the record, appearing at page 34, it is the second last page of that annexure, which we have on record as annexure RS11. I'm particularly interested in item 2.3, and I want to test if you could help me to have better understanding of what was intended by that. And I quote, make the operational duty officer available to work in partnership with CAT VIP protection staff that may be called upon to assist in special operations. I struggle to understand. Are you able to help me perhaps through your understanding as to what that could potentially mean?
Commissioner, I cannot, I can read the words, but I don't understand the context of it. I must upfront say this, that how it feels to me initially is that when the query came in 2023 February from the journalist, I was immediately when I saw this, it was as if in my mind this was created, that stage, to actually try to answer the media query that arose in February 23, is that there is not genuinely a 2021 attempt or a genuine attempt to make it. It's as if the wording here, because of that paragraph in Medicare is one that says we're going to register the vehicles for them and then we're going to applicate to them and say do everything on behalf of law enforcement, and then here's the vehicles registered in 23 to us. So initially my belief was this is generated stuff to actually make up and answer the media query about the blue lights. But obviously in hindsight I've also seen, but there have been, these MOUs have been in existence for a long period before that time, but it has been drafted and drawn up by, in my mind, and it's sometimes I shouldn't say it, but it's illiterate people that doesn't know how to type MOUs. It's completely wrong. Everything in here, the wording, the intention, based even from the letter when you started to say endless working relationship, this is all as if it is children drafting stuff and we're going to get to adults that can actually look at it and make it better.
And one can see from the document that it must have been drafted by Mr. Van Wyk, because he sometimes forgets to refer to CAT, what security is it? CAT VIP is, and he says I. So
correct, Commissioner.
He's actually the one drafting and he forgets CAT VIP and says I.
There's also, and this is something that I haven't yet fully understand, there's also CAT VIP and Medicare wasn't friends at this date. If you look at 2021, from my understanding is that CAT VIP only obtained Medicare 24 in 2022 when the police tender started. At this stage, they weren't yet holdings and friends with one another. They were still separate entities. But here they already speak as if it's one in 2021.
Thank you, Chair. On that annexure, at page 33, under the heading Understandings,
just before that,
thank you, Chair.
Yes, right at the end where the evidence leader, Ms. Sillo, referred you, that is 2.3, there's reference to an operational duty officer. What is that? I looked, there is a definition section at the beginning of the document, but that is not defined. What is that?
Commissioner, we don't have something like operational duty officer in that context at all. But in paragraph 2.1, it states that we agree to dedicate a duty officer community relations to focus on crime prevention. So it's as if this MOU is saying that we're going to dedicate a duty officer for them to report stuff to them and to report.
So it's a creation of the so-called MOU.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I'd referred you, Commissioner Spies, to page 33, same document. Under the heading Understandings, Item 1, the main body of the paragraph starts with, by signing this Memorandum of Understanding, CAT VIP protection agrees to. Now I would like to draw your attention to paragraph 1.2. Provide the Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department with a helicopter with which the department will fly for a maximum of 2 hours per month when needed for operations. Based on your experience, what value would such a resource, a helicopter that you could only fly for 2 hours in a month, what value would that add to your efforts as EMPD?
It won't add. 2 hours is nothing in helicopter time. It's also, real money-wise, it's maybe about 25,000 Rand worth, 2 hours, because we don't have a helicopter. So we will have, it's a rented helicopter. I don't know exactly how much it costs per hour, but we have a pilot that can be used, who's got a private pilot license that can be used. But it's about 25,000 Rand worth. But 2 hours in the sense of a crime scene, that is nothing. It cannot do law enforcement. Helicopters is a critical tool to be used, but you need more hours if you really want to fly properly for crime prevention, and you have to attend to scenes. It's a very, whoever made that, the city doesn't get anything from it if you give me 2 hours per helicopter. It's expensive for us as a city to rent because it's about 25,000 Rand, my opinion. I'm not a pilot, so I wouldn't know, but it's where I think it is approximately.
It is not 2 hours per helicopter as I read it. It's 2 hours per month.
Correct, per helicopters
you may split it into 15 minutes per investigation to stay in the air for 15 minutes so that you effectively use up that 2 hours over the course of the month.
There are so many crimes that take place that 15 minutes, it's from the start. Helicopters measured from the moment it starts. And the flight time is maybe 10, 15 minutes to a scene. And then it's still going back, land again, and switch off. So your 2 hours it's everything. It's not the actual flight time that is counted. When you say you rent a helicopter for 2 hours, it's right from the moment you actually pull it out of the hangar and start it, right up to when it goes back into that hangar and it's switched off. So even if it's just one scene, it sounds like it's a 10, 15 minute flight time. It's a much longer payment time, effectively.
Thank you. I move then to your paragraph 25 at page...
Sorry, Mr. Black, before you do
yes,
that,
Commissioner.
Now that you're moving away from the same page 33, in the top paragraph, right at the top of the page, 1, 2, 3, line 4, maybe let me start at the beginning of that sentence in line 2. It says, further, the agreement shall assist the Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department to achieve its crime prevention targets, possible police visibility and safety of citizens, as CAT VIP will donate motor vehicles, we've discussed that, to the EMPD, and this is the part, provide their staff with skills transfer and tactical training. And then you find the same thing under the heading Understandings at paragraph 1.3. It reads, to assist the EMPD with VIP protection services, skills transfer and tactical training. Where does the EMPD procure its training for its people? And is that a regulated area?
Commissioners, firstly, this sounds like donations. And donations, in terms of legislation, there's legislation and policy within the City of Ekurhuleni. The City of Ekurhuleni has got a gifts and donation policy, how it must be dealt with, and the National Treasury has also issued instructions, and the MFMA makes provision for donations. There's a complete process that a city has to go through when accepting donations. It must first be submitted to the city manager as a full motivation. Then it must be looked at and analysed if there is not a hold that will effectively be created on the city for that, and council must then accept the donation and it becomes then assetized. When it deals with training, as an example, during 2020, during the COVID disaster, we had received numerous donations from, for instance, the Church of Scientology, who cleansed and sprayed our buildings for free. Because they did that as a service as a church then. And that was found as irregular by the Auditor General because it was not declared. The value, even though they came into the building and sprayed the buildings, to us that worked there and kept on working, we didn't understood it even as a donation. It was public that came in and cleaned our buildings for us. The Auditor General found it as irregular, and it had to be corrected in council to say, but a value had to be attached to it, and it had to be declared as a donation. That's how strict it comes when someone has donations. So our training initially, majority of our training, police-related training, is provided by the South African Police Services itself. We have a challenge at the moment with it because it was provided for free, but the South African Police Service has changed their structure and they want us now to pay for training, but we are in the process of trying to resolve that. Any other training is done on a tender basis. So the council will, every year there will be a workplace skills program where training needs is identified by every department. This is submitted to the corporate HR. Corporate HR then will develop a training plan in terms of the WSP, and this training plan will then go out on tender so that we can source service providers in specific fields to provide training for us. Any other training, if it's done on the sideline, anything like that, must be declared because there's an actual intrinsic value into that, and in terms of the policies and legislation, it must be declared.
Still on that, does the EMPD get tactical training from private security companies? Because
no,
that is what is being offered here.
No, not unless it was provided on a tender where we procured the services. Otherwise, we don't get tactical training.
And there has not been a tender for this service from the VIP?
There was not. There was not any of these training. Our officers have been sent to the South African Police Service for training, for public order policing or things like that historically. We only had, for the last 3 to 4 years, we haven't had any training to these officers because of the impasse between us and the South African Police Service about payment of services.
And you say if it's a donation, a submission would have to be made to the city manager, to the
Correct.
office of the city manager.
To the accounting of the city manager herself. She must approve the acceptance of the donation. So any gift or any donation must be declared. And then it must be approved by the city manager before it can be accepted, because there must be analysis made by her to say if it's not improper to accept a donation that she can accept or not. But she must approve the acceptance of the donation.
All right. So in the very second paragraph at page 33, under paragraph 3, heading duration, it says the public-private partnership so it speaks of a public-private partnership to establish a working relationship. Now, in the light of your explanation that if donations are being made and a submission would have to be made to the office of the city manager, if this donation, what you say is a donation, if this was properly handled, in the city manager's office, there has to be a submission that was made to the city manager's office.
Correct, Commissioner. There's a huge amount of private-public partnerships, which is allowed by law. There's nothing wrong with it, but it's dealt with formally. It is in writing. Whoever offers to provide these services to the cities, even if it's for free, there will be a MOU signed, and it will be signed off by the city manager as accepted, and that will even be reported, even though it won't be doesn't need to be resolved by council to accept it. It will be reported to council. But there will be, or there must be, record of an agreement reached with any of these companies.
So the city manager's approval, if this was approved by the city manager, it should be in that office.
It must be in our office.
And it should have been reported to council. So there would be records of that.
Correct. Correct, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Chair.
Before you leave the MOUs,
Yes.
Commissioner, just to be clear, I'm not asking you about the city of Tshwane. I just want to make an inquiry for future reference. You are the second in command now at Tshwane Metropolitan Police, am I correct?
I'm one of five.
One of five.
Second in command.
Yes, and without giving us the name, maybe just the title. As you are aware, Tshwane Metropolitan Police falls under our terms of reference as a commission, and we are investigating similar issues in relation to Tshwane. Who at Tshwane would be the custodian of similar MOUs and similar arrangements, so that if this commission were to make inquiries to Tshwane about whether there are similar arrangements?
It will be the city manager's office.
It will be the city manager's office. I will leave it there for now.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Spies, we now are at your paragraph 25, where you indicate that after Brigadier Mkhwanazi had provided via WhatsApp this series of documents, including the operational plan, he subsequently provided a hard copy version of that plan. Do you see?
Correct.
Now, we read your paragraph 25 with paragraph 21, the last line of paragraph 21. That operational plan, you say, is annexure RS9, capital A. RS9, capital A, starts at page 24.1, and it will run to 24.14.
Correct, Commissioner.
And you make the following statement in paragraph 25. Upon inspection, I immediately noted that the plan appeared to have been altered and misrepresented. Then you say observations included, and overleaf you then lists those observations. Could you take the commissioners through the observations you made? Thank you.
Commissioners, so from the original, this is obviously now a copy of a copy of a copy eventually, but the original is still in the dossier which is kept at Bihari's office, hopefully in the City of Ekurhuleni Legal Department. On that original, the page 1 and page 2 and page 3 had, on the right-hand side, they had smudges from a printer cartridge, like if you print on a dot matrix, not a dot matrix, a inkjet printer. The cartridge has got a filthy roller that actually smudge and makes smudge marks there. And then the middle pages up to page 9 had a clean pages with no smudges whatsoever. And then the following pages again had smudges on that pages. So it's as if someone has inserted and replaced the middle portion of the operational plan. Then,
Commissioner, may I request that perhaps you take us issue by issue, the smudges. Please refer us to a specific page, and you talk to the smudges and where they are to be located.
Yes.
Thank you.
And Commissioner, when you say page 1, page 9, and so on, are you referring to the pages that say 1 of 14, 9 of 14? Or
correct, Commissioner.
Please refer to the page numbers at the top.
So page 1 of 14 of the document, but indicated in the record as 24.1.
Thank you.
And then 2 of 14 indicated as 24.2, and 3 of 14, 24.3, had smudges at the bottom side of it that indicate that this has been printed on a printer that is, you can see on the right-hand side, there's like a faint line some of the copies that still stick out there. Then
Please refer us to a specific page and then we look at it and we
on
work.
page 3,
Okay, that would be
24.3.
paginated 24.3.
On the complete right-hand side, at the top part of it, there's a black line that runs there.
The black line running across the page.
From the
not down
top to the
page.
bottom. So where the number,
to the bottom.
the block that's got 58 in it, on the right-hand side of that,
Oh.
there is a black line that runs there. So the frame around the document itself, they have created a frame around it. That frame, if you look at where 24.3 is, and then this black block 58 and the square around it, that touches on the left-hand side the frame of the document. But to the right-hand side of that 58, there is a faint black line running to about the middle of the page.
Yes.
That is a scratch mark or a faint ink mark that stems from the printer that caused it. If you then look at the next page, which is 24.4,
Yes.
that line won't be there,
Okay.
touching that black block. So that is a newly inserted page, a clean page that was in there then. And the same then with 24.5 and 25.6, 24.6, 24.7, 24.8, and 24.9. So there's no more lines on that right-hand side. So that's why it feels like it's only when you get back to the signature page again that there's a difference in the page itself. At the bottom right-hand corner, there's like dirty dots. So page 24.14, at the bottom right-hand side, just to the right of that frame around the document, there's dirty dots at the bottom. It's about 2 centimeters below the last signature on the page. It's very faint. on the
What
right.
kind of dots do you call them?
It's smudge marks from a printer that the
Oh.
ink is rubbed off on the page.
What must we make of that, Commissioner? All the things that
Commissioner,
you've
what-
noted. Yeah.
On the original, it's much clearer. So when I looked at it and I started to open it and I paged through it, it's the very first thing I saw when I paged through it to say, but here's a document consisting of 14 pages, but the middle portion of it has got brand spanking new pages in, where the first pages was printed on a printer that's got a cartridge that's old and makes smudge marks on it. And then the last few pages from page 10 onwards have also smudge marks on them. So it's as if what I immediately thought what happened is that someone changed the middle of the document and printed it on a new printer and inserted it. Because when you go to my second observation that I made, is that the fonts and the pitch size of the fonts and the spacing between paragraphs have changed, where initially it was like, it's as if it's a 12th pitch, a normal font that you can read. But as soon as you get to page 3 or page 4 of the document,
By page 3 and page 4, you mean
24.4.
paginated 24.3 and 24.4.
so up to 24.3, which is page 3 of 14, it's as if the spacing and the typing is normal. It's not suddenly not. But then if you go to page 24.4, which is 4 of 14,
Yes.
suddenly the wording when it gets to intentions and mission, it's as if when it's bullets, there's no more spacing between it. It's as if it has been shifted and the space has been removed. To my mind, it was to add something into it so that you don't jump too much in the document. So there was stuff added into the document.
Could that not have been a function of sloppiness with the typing?
It could be, Commissioner, but I'm looking at it with about 5 or 6 different points. So the first one is these smudge marks. Then I'm looking at the fonts that is being changed. The next one,
Without sounding facetious, can I take you to page 35 of your statement? The very last page of your statement. look at the font above the heading conclusion and look at the font below that same heading conclusion. Do you see that? I don't know whether it's the font size or probably it is. Do you see? What can you attribute that to? See, I'm drawing your attention to your own statement, and your statement also seems to have some of the
Commissioner.
The issues you raise about this document.
Correct. But there the spacing stays the same. But the font does change there. So it could be sloppiness on my side, which I will accept on that. But in total, when you look at everything that I'm mentioning about this operational plan, this is not the only thing that I based it on,
Yes.
What I'm saying, why I feel something was changed. The final...
Before you do the final, can I, at paragraph 25.3, you make the point that on the second to last page, the auto-numbering of items was inconsistent. In parentheses, item 17 was followed by 18, which was then repeated on the next page.
Yes.
And your item 17, please refer to page 24.13. Is that the item 17 with the heading debriefing that you reference?
Correct, Commissioner. So
can you deal with that aspect?
If you go to page 24.13, which is page 13 or 14, and this added to the fact that I'm saying something has been removed and the spacing has been removed, because point 17, debriefing, and then a bullet that says the debriefing will take place immediately after the operation by the operational commanders, full stop. On the next page, page 14.14, the very top of that heading ends with operational commander, full stop. And if you then go back to the previous page, it says 18, administration and logistics, and a bullet, proper record of all accidents to be safely kept. And you go back to the signature page, point 18 is again the same. So it's as if someone, and that's what I'm analyzing it as, is if someone has made it smaller to scrunch it, not understanding, and then they took the last page of a previous operation plan, they photostated and fitted this photostat plan to it. Because the reason I say photostat as well is that when you sign a document with a pen, and especially Commissioner Mapie, he signs very strange to me. He takes a pen with a very sharp point and he pushes it about through the paper and he signs very slow in that. So if you feel at the back of a page, the imprint of his signature is always there. And he also, when he signs documents, he normally signs and write the date. Whereas on this document, if you look at the signatures and the pen color and the authors, the 4 signatures is different pens. However, the dates is same pen, same handwriting. If you look then at Chief Mapie's signature, there's a predetermined line where you can write the date in. And on all 3 the others, the line is a specific length. But then when you get to Brigadier Makonasi's and then the chief, it's as if that line has become shorter. And that's what I then perceived as, this was a page of a previous plan. It was already in there, but then something was altered to make it short, to pull everything to the front. And then this was just photostated, and the date was by a single individual with the same handwriting. That person used the same pen and he wrote all 4 dates in. That's what why the reason is that I say this plan to me is altered, and it's not the genuine original plan as it was presented. And when you then look in the plan itself, page 3 or 4, I must just go to the correct page.
I think you are looking for paginated 24.4 at the top there.
On page 24.4, in the middle where it states mission, 2-point mission, to prevent and combat crime that may threaten the safety and security of any community. The CLU and the DEU, CLU is the Community Liaison Unit and the DEU is the Drug Enforcement Unit, to gather information with regard to any crimes threatening the safety and security of any community, ensure that offenders are brought to justice, and participate in efforts to address the causes of crime, VIP and CAT VIP protection to ensure safety of the principals. I will never allow a private security company to come and protect my principal. And based on that as well, it's the officers that was protecting the mayor at that stage. Even they, much later, the one officer has actually emigrated to Australia. That officer has sent WhatsApp this year to us, when he stated that when he arrived on the scene to pick up the mayor, there was 2 vehicles at that scene waiting already. And when he asked them who they said they are Special Task Force. So you make an assumption that it's from South African Police Service. However, while they were driving, he did the inquiry and he verified them. And the one vehicle came out on Cat VIP and the other vehicle on a private individual. And he complained about that. Apparently, that's what he says. But he's now in Australia, so I cannot. I'm just saying with the WhatsApps that I received from him. So the Cat VIP portion in there, it's just not happened. If you look at the next sentence, EMPD security and Kailami security services, that's one of the contracted security for guarding. So EMPD security, we've got a security in Ekurhuleni Metro Police, there's a security division, security and loss control, and Kailami Security Services is one of the 10 companies that was contracted to protect council premises. That makes sense. However, in the line just above it where you say VIP and Cat VIP protection to ensure the safety of principals, it's as if that was now added in there. And then,
before you move off that point, my reading is technically, according to this document, the safety of principals was left to VIP and Cat VIP protection, and EMPD was reduced to protecting the property and access control. Is that
correct?
Am I in understanding it correctly?
Correct.
Let us leave it at that. Please hold your thought, Mr. Law.
I shall. Thank you, Chair.
Let's resume at 11:15. Let's adjourn.
We are ready to resume. Thank you.
Yes, Miss.
Thank you, Chair. First things first, I understand the glitch in your file has been addressed, and I really hope...
At least all I'll say is that I saw people handling it.
Yes, I hope there are no further glitches.
Thank you.
Thank you. When we broke for tea, Commissioner Spies, we're dealing with the document, operational plan at page 24.4 in particular, and we had dealt with what the plan claims, what services the plan claims CAT VIP protection would be providing, which is ensuring the safety of principals, and on the other hand, the EMPD, together with Kailami Security Services, confined to the protection of property and access control. You recall that?
Correct, Commissioner.
May I then turn your attention to page 24.14 of the same document? And I am interested in item 19 under the heading financial implication. Do you see that?
Correct, Commissioners.
And I note there that this exercise, or should I say the plan for the day, is costed at some region of 301,000. It strikes me that that total appears to be a part of it, different from the rest of the other amounts. Is there something to be made of that, or am I making too much of nothing? Commissioners,
it's maybe just again a glitch, but that includes, and it's standard practice that we...
Sorry, Commissioner, my question is, I don't know if the same on your copy, the color does not appear to be the same at the total line, the 301,000, and the rest, the sum does not appear to be in alignment, unless it's my copy only.
Commissioners, it's the same on mine, but I just wanted to explain the table and the financial implications.
I'll get to that.
It is definitely different, where it's as if it was skew on the page and it was photocopied, and it happened during the photocopy. Okay. The only way that I could confirm now if that is still like that on the original is if we actually submit the original plan, which is very difficult to source because it was forcefully taken away from us.
But taken away from you by who?
The city manager instructed Commissioner Mapie that the complete internal affairs dossier must be handed over to the head of legal, Kemi Bihari. So he had a meeting with her, she gave him this instruction, and he then gave a written instruction to, or not a written, he informed Colonel Erasmus that the complete dossier with all the evidence must be handed over to Kemi Bihari. And Colonel Erasmus then had an accompanying cover letter from the Chief of Police to Kemi Bihari to say, as per our discussion yesterday, herewith is the dossier. Okay. So are you suggesting that the original document this we'll find in the dossier that was subsequently handed over to Advocate Kemi Bihari? Correct. Okay, we'll pursue that. You wanted to talk about the actual costing then. You may do so. Correct, Commissioners. For every operation that we do, we obviously have to provide the financial implication that operations will cost us for reporting purposes and also for budgetary purposes. So the table that is listed there lists then, for instance, the going rate at that stage of the staff that will be deployed and the vehicles that will be deployed as per published tariffs and everything. However, none of that will include or is including the falseness of CAT VIP that support us. So if there was support from them, vehicles or water or anything provided from them as resources, we would also list to say that these are the resources that is being used for them. It becomes massively critical, as you would obviously know from previous operations that went skew, and there's commissions of inquiry into those operations, is that every single thing at that operation must be listed. What's going to be used, what is used, if there was ammunition used, if there was firearms used, everything has to be listed in an operational plan.
Unless it was a donation, but it would have no cost implications to the Metro if it was a donation.
If there was a donation, Commissioner, then the subsequent MOU, or in terms of what the donation is, there must be a formal declaration of this was received and this was accepted as a donation. Donations, you cannot just take donations. You have to formally accept donations and manage formally donations. We live in a government environment which is highly regulated.
So are you suggesting, and should I understand you to mean, that somewhere in this plan there should have been a portion as regarding the costing of the CAT VIP services? And if it's a donation, then it would indicate that there are no cost implications for the EMPD, or that the cost is recoverable from the EMPD. Am I understanding you correctly?
Correct, Commissioner.
Thank you.
I'm looking at, or rather, against vehicles and below that armored vehicle. I see that above those, the number of hours are indicated, but against these two items, vehicles and armored vehicle, no hours are indicated. I know it's not your document. Weren't hours supposed to be indicated there as well? In fact,
correct, Commissioner. It's correct that next to the armored vehicle and the water cannon, there is no rate per hour and number of vehicles. The reason for that is that the water cannon, the armored vehicle, all our specialized vehicles doesn't have tariffs published for them to be used, because they are deployed at specific scenes, and it's never used as a vehicle doing normal performance. They are specialized vehicles and they use per situation. So they're not published, but normal vehicles have tariffs related to them. And it comes closer to when the public, for instance, wants to make use of our services, for instance, an escort for a funeral or a sports event where we will provide traffic control. The sports organizer have to pay for the services, and that cost is then for the vehicle that's going to be deployed and the officers that will be there per hour. However, the specialized services, the armored troop carriers or the water cannon, that is not costed, because we do not rent that out for services to the public that we provide to them.
Can you explain then how the three figures in respect of those three vehicles are arrived at? The 36,850 rand, the 1,100 rand, the 550 rand. If you don't have, for example, an hourly rate, how do you get to those figures on the extreme right?
The 550 is the rate per normal hour. So they most probably, they're sloppy or doesn't know how to type it, but it is 67 vehicles with time 550. And I really hope that would come to 36,850. My math is not that quick.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. That then should bring us to the conclusion of your comments on this document. Is there anything perhaps that we may have overlooked you want to draw the Commissioner's attention to?
Maybe before you do that, Commissioner Spies, let me just clarify two questions. The one at 24, in fact, it starts at page 24.3, and it is under the heading activities, somewhere in the middle of the page. You see that?
24.3, 1.1 activities.
Yeah.
Correct, Commissioner.
Yes, and then it's a repeated 1.1. The first 1.1 is orientation in capital letters, and then there's another 1.1, which is activities, and then 111 before. The second entry, it says order of proceedings, that's a heading. And then there are two entries there. The one is on-duty parade and briefing by operational commanders. And then the second one is deployment at ORTGP, and the initial point as well as all identified key points. This second part is repeated where it says deployment at ORTGP in some form. If you go to 2410, and then you've got 10.2, and then you've got 11, which is coordination in the middle of the page. You see that?
Correct, Commissioner.
And then it says parade of members at ORTGP at 6 hours in the morning. And then a clear line of command and control should be established, all commanders. The security companies, CAT VIP and the Kyalami that you say is one of the appointed security companies, am I correct that they would have been at these briefings in the morning? If they are part of the operation, they should have been there.
Correct, Commissioner.
Okay. And there would be a record somewhere of who was present in the morning at the parade. So if CAT VIP were there, the record of this deployment in the morning would reflect the participants in that.
Correct, Commissioner. If there should have been a parade, and at the parade people would sign on, and there would be occurrence book entries, and everyone that signed on would then be mentioned in the occurrence books.
So somewhere there must be a record of this in this.
Correct,
city.
Commissioner.
All right. Now, the preceding this plan, this if we take it at face value, it is the plan that was approved. Before this plan is finalized and approved, what would have been the process and who would have participated in the discussions? I'm assuming there are meetings where stakeholders or role players, different role players are present, and which culminates in this plan. If I'm correct in that, who would have participated? And maybe just explain how it works, in fact.
Commissioner, because it is a State of the City address, the responsibility would fall in the Division Operations and Specialized Services, and specifically in the Directorate or the Specialized Services section. They would be overall, because it is dealing with the security at the OR, and the name is for the Germiston Administrative Head Office of City of Ekurhuleni as OR Tambo Administrative Precinct. So that is where the ORTGP comes from. It's the Germiston Head Office where the city's head office is. There would be, before that, there need to be a formal plan. It need to go through the SASRIA process, the Sports and Recreation Act that prescribe for any event that is being held. So it would go through a SASRIA process where the unit responsible for it will design the plan, call a meeting with SASRIA, and then present the operational plan to them, which will then be approved by them that it complies with the SASRIA Act. And then it will go from that unit. Now, in this case, from the signature basis, it was drafted or signed first as recommended as then Lieutenant Colonel Kebesile Kimba. She would have signed off as that, and then it will go to the director, which is Brigadier Mkwanazi. It will then go to his divisional head, which is Deputy Chief Goodman Mazzolo, and then ultimately the chief would sign off it. The moment the chief have signed off that it is an approved plan, it went through all the structures, it will then go back to the unit to be kept on at the JOC, which is the Joint Operations Center at the venue itself where the event is. It will be kept at the JOC as approval so they can, from this plan, record and make everything in the OBs as it happens. And then after the JOC and the event is finished, there will be a debriefing session where these documents and the OBs will then be archived and stored at the unit itself. So it will be at the Specialized Services region where the documents will be stored.
Yes, I think more particularly what I'm asking is CAT VIP and the other security company, would they have had to be part of the discussion which sets out what their role is going to be? I mean, I can't imagine that the city would simply go ahead and assign functions and roles to them without them having been part of a discussion that determines and agrees on their role.
I don't know about the CAT VIP side of it, but the Kailami security is the security that's deployed at the ORT administrative precinct, the council chambers and everything. So they are the security, private security company doing the guarding there. They would do their normal day-to-day screening and access control portions. So they are included in the operational plan because they're already there and they're guarding the front door and the entrances and the exits. So there's no need to add anything extra to them. The only time that we will actually give extra information to them is if there's a genuine threat detected, that we will say, but here's a threat, close the doors, nothing else comes in, then they will be given direct instructions. But they will not really form part of being included in a pre-planning, except to say, this is the start times, this is the end times, this is the event that's going to take place.
All right. And then lastly, you, in that page 24.14, you were looking at the financial implications. There doesn't seem, and please correct me if I'm wrong, there doesn't seem to be any financial implication that is attributed to CAT VIP.
No, Commissioner, there's nothing there. That is purely our own. It's as if no one else was with us that day. That is our cost as the city of Ekurhuleni.
And if CAT VIP were present on that day, then it would mean, because they're not reflected here, it would mean it was a donation.
Correct, Commissioner.
And you're saying the city manager would have had to have approved it.
Correct, Commissioner.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Spies, we now, this then takes us to your paragraph 26. You have indicated that that's what you did, where you reflect that you contacted Lieutenant Colonel Erasmus and you provided him with the operational plan and instructed him to place it in an envelope to preserve any potential forensic detail.
Correct, Commissioner.
That then will bring us to your next main chapter, which you had referral to the Independent Police Investigative Directorate, IPID. You deal with these matters from your paragraph 27. May I request you to take the commissioners from paragraph 27 to paragraph 33 in the best manner you deem appropriate, whether it is to summarize or read what's stated there, or both summary and direct reading from the statement.
Okay. Obviously, this matter has now been investigated by Colonel Erasmus, and a lot of the evidence and everything was concluded. The Chief of Police, Commissioner Mapie, has already submitted a letter. He was already back at work then, because I was only the acting chief till the 1st of February. And he submitted a request and the dossier portion that we had at that stage to Kolani Ngisa, who was the divisional head employer relations, so that the request was that Brigadier Mkwanasi must be suspended because he could still interfere with all the evidence that is at work. And then in the beginning of March, Chief Mapie instructed me where he has had a meeting with IPID, the executive director of IPID, Mrs. Jennifer Nklaseng, and there was a meeting set up between IPID and us at the Roodepoort Police Station boardroom in Florida on the 6th of March, which we then attended that meeting, obviously from my side as instruction from my chief of police. But we traveled together, Colonel Erasmus and myself, with my private vehicle so that we don't leave a footprint because we're going to meet IPID. And we then met IPID, and people present at that meeting were, as I stated already, the Executive Director, Commissioner Mapie, Colonel Erasmus, and I. But from IPID themselves, there were a senior investigator, lady with the name of Nomsa Masuku, and then also an investigator with the name of Tulani Magagula. And we then, in this meeting, from our side, we discussed the matter with them, because in terms of the IPID Act at that stage, there's a section where all crime must be reported, where policemen is involved, crime must be reported to IPID. But the Act was at that stage still reading that the South African Police Services must report crimes to them. It excluded, in the Act itself, it excluded municipal police services. But because of this anomaly, all the municipal police services in the country has signed a MOU with IPID, including SAPS, to say that we abide by the same Act until the Act is amended, which has actually happened this year. The Act started to be amended to include municipal police services now as well in that matter. It was just an oversight in legislation for that period, but there was a MOU that we will comply in the same manner to the same Act as the South African Police Service. So we then obviously try to report it to IPID to say, here's a serious matter that we cannot investigate from ourselves because we don't have the investigative powers, and the more we scratch on this, the more things comes out. And that was the concept behind that we meet with them. And then while we sit there and we explain all of this to them.
Apologies, Commissioner. Before you do so, importantly, can you please deal with paragraphs 29 and 30 specifically? Because the two paragraphs frame the conversation EMPD was about to have with IPID.
So, paragraph 20 and 29 is we detailed our concerns regarding the false registration of vehicles in the Metro Police's name and the use of these vehicles by civilians with blue lights, and then allegations of civilians impersonating municipal police officers. So that's why we requested them, because from our evidence so far, that's what we can deduct is busy happening. And we obviously then have to report it to the police, but because this is a policeman involved, we reported then to IPID to investigate everything that we do wrong. And we also explained to them, and it's still valid to date, is that we as a municipal police service don't have criminal investigative powers at all. So we can investigate a misconduct. We can do inquiry into misconduct, but we cannot do criminal investigations. And this is criminal. And therefore, we have to report it to SAPS and hand it over to them. The inspector, after we presented our case, of what we have, inspector, or I say now inspector, but I don't know his real title, Mr. Magagula, who's the investigator for IPID, he started to tell us but they are already investigating the same group of officers. And we're like, what group of officers? And he mentioned their names then, and all the crimes that is there. Now, at this meeting, I took notes of that. And my notes, as I keep the notes, my notes is in my statement as well, and we'll get most probably now to my notes. But as I took the notes, it's what they're saying to me. So it's not that I have the real facts at that moment. I just took notes of it. And it just became worse and worse because they were mentioning cobalt theft. They were mentioning murder, that these officers, and we're like, what officers? We are speaking here about one officer who is committing a crime, and now suddenly you make it as if it's a whole group of officers that is busy there. And it is a really bad situation where what they explained is that there's a group of officers within the specialized services section that works directly under Dion Singh, who's now been promoted to a brigadier last year by Mkonasi, and Mkonasi running the scene. There's officers that is in that team that they operate on a modus operandi where there would be truck hijackings, and then this group will always find the horse, the front of the truck. They will find the horse back and will be a very good success, but the freight or the load and the trailer will always be missing. And he then went through that list to say, but there's a modus operandi where a group of police officers will then take the load and offer it back to the owner via burner phones, and they will actually offer this back and then get paid, and then the owner will receive a PIN and he will get his load and things back. So they were explaining all of these crimes to us. And then at the end of this meeting, when all the crimes has been explained to us, we were instructed by the executive director, Ma'am Jennifer Klatsing, to say that the very next day we must hand over all our evidence that we have in our internal dossiers about any of these matters, if it touch on that. We must hand it over to them the next morning so that they can properly investigate and carry forward with this.
Commissioner Spies, if I may, you deal with the list of cases that IPID brought to your being EMPD attention at that meeting of the 6th of March. You deal with, you've got a table there starting your page 11 after paragraph 33. I'm going to invite you to deal with each case individually, but before you do so, at paragraph, you must indicate whether any member of EMPD has been formally charged and appeared in court in respect of that crime, indicate the extent of their implication in that crime. And if they have appeared in court and been formally charged, you may mention their names. If they have not, kindly do not mention their names, and if you do not know what the actual status is, you shall equally so indicate. Is that okay?
Good.
So then if we start at the table, appearing at page 11, starting with under the heading case, what your table, perhaps to describe the table, you have numbered them, all of them, from 1 till 7 in that table. And then your second column is headed case, and this is where you identify the case. The third column is the details regarding the case number under which that case is registered. Then you provide the place. I take it the place is where the crime supposedly occurred. And then lastly, you give a description in the last column. So I would like you to follow a similar format where you identify the case with its case number, where it happened, and then you highlight what is set out under this description heading.
I will do so, Commissioners. It's just that my list is, as I list them here, it's not anymore in the order as they were presented by Magagula. It's a list that is made, and it's a living list in the sense that right up to now, every time I get anything new from any informant or anyone, I just add to that list to say, but this is new. One of the cases, I only got an update, for instance, this past Friday, but I will deal with that when I got the information.
Thank you.
The very first case that they mentioned was a incident that took place in Pitfontein. It's a truck with theft under false pretenses. The case number, it's a criminal archive system of SAPs that they're using. The case number is 86 of 2023. And it's a Pitfontein SAPS case, and IPID is obviously investigating it, this Inspector Mr. Magagula. It happened on a plot in Marigold Street in Pitfontein. These officers arrived at the scene 11 o'clock the evening, and they contacted their supervisor, who arranged the driver for them, who only arrived the next morning. So during the whole night, they kept the truck and the owner very similar to, close to kidnapping, but they kept him in detention, which they're not allowed to do, but they were stationary with the truck and not allow anything to happen with the truck. The next morning, they actually, when the driver arrived that they've arranged, they took the truck and they drove off the plot with the pretense that the truck is not licensed and it doesn't have paperwork or anything, and they're going to impound the truck. And they follow a route, and in my head, obviously I know the area very well, but it's, if you're in Pitfontein area on Benoni, there's, from the plots, you go past the police station Pitfontein. And then if you carry on with that, you eventually get to the N12. Just off the N12 is the police vehicle impoundment. So you can either impound at Pitfontein, or you can impound at the vehicle theft unit pound. But they kept on driving past onto the N12 all the way towards Galuli's. The owner of this truck, and this is what Mr. Magagula informs us, the owner of this truck is following them with a dash cam all the way to Galuli's. At Galuli's, the officers switch on their blue lights and sirens, and they push in peak hour traffic through Galuli's, and the truck owner got stuck behind them. He couldn't go and follow them through Galuli's, and obviously he lost them. Then that happened 11 o'clock the previous night to 8 o'clock the next morning, and then the truck is now gone. The very next day at 4 o'clock in the morning, the horse of this truck is handed in at Boksburg EMPD pound, found by this specific officer, recovered as a stolen recovered vehicle. The truck is driven into the pound, meaning that it's operational, the engine, everything is working, but there's no load. So that no trailers whatsoever. The truck alone, the horse is driven in, and it's parked and hooked into the pound legally as found back. However, the owner is then contacted to say, your truck's been found back, come look at it. And when you get there, the owner indicates that, but this truck can't drive as it is now because the gearbox controller has been removed. So the owner then alleged that the reason for that is that this is a brand new type of truck, that if you can reconstruct the movements from the gearbox controller if you are the owner or the manufacturer of the vehicle. But now the truck cannot move and drive at all. The controller of the truck was moved. But that's where that matter stopped. We provided the proof to IPID the very next day of, here's the occurrence book, here's the pound register where the vehicle was booked in. You can see which officer signed in, you can see which officer actually found the vehicle back, which correlates directly back to the officer that was on the scene that reported the initial scene. And that case is to date not concluded that we know of at all.
Can I just inquire from you? You do indicate in your statement that certain members of EMPD are implicated in that crime. Do you know, one, whether any have been arrested, firstly, and secondly, if they have, whether they have appeared in court and been formally charged? No,
Commissioner. From this specific case, I do not know if any of them have been arrested or anything has been concluded on that matter at all. This already took place in February 2023. It was right then when we had the meeting, it was mentioned to us immediately as this is a new valid case that's running at the moment.
Thank you. Your next matter...
The next matter, this occurred, it wasn't presented at that meeting to us immediately, but it was because we then the next day had a meeting with Mr. Makagula where we hand over information on that. This came in that same month still, this complaint, and it came from him as well to inform us that there's an incident which took place in the Hillbrow, Kensington, Johannesburg area. But this is followed up at that moment in time. It was just informed from Mr. Makagula that this incident took place. We call it just the precious stones. But at a later stage, we received a notification from a lawyer firm that they intend to sue the city in a civil claim for the loss of this. And everything that Mr. Makagula told us is contained in this claim against the city for the loss of this. I think it was 45 million rand that was stolen. The complaint and from the claim itself, that claim was received. The sheriff of the court tried to serve it on me, and I then indicated my office in Kempton Park, and I then indicated to the sheriff, but I'm not the correct person to serve documents on. You must serve it on either the chief of police or you must serve it on the city's head office in Germiston. And I redirected him then to where the chief of police office is. And he went and served it on the chief of police office. That I know has happened. And this is one of the matters where the chief of police took this claim and he went to the city manager. And this has been reported to the chief to me. When he took it to the city manager to say to her, here's a civil claim where the same group of officers are involved again, the city manager made it off as if the chief of police is directly going after Brigadier Makwenazi. And she lambasted him. That's what he informed me. She lambasted him, and we should step out of this matter and not get involved into it at all. But from the claim itself, what I can deduce from that is that in the claim is that it was precious stones. And at that stage in my life, I only know that diamonds is precious stones. But this is sugolite, which looks like dirty rocks to me, but it's apparently a very expensive precious stone as well. And the owner of these rocks or precious stones was, what I understand, was in the process of exporting it out of the country, and he already had approval for that. And then our officers arrived on scene in uniform. What they did is, they went before that to the South African Police Service police station in the area. They signed on in the SAPS OB, and then from there, they took SAPS forms, a yellow form of how evidence get disposed of that have been impounded. They took that, go to this person, and then took the stones away from him as if it is being, he's in possession of precious stones that by law he may not be, and they're going to impound this. So they took this away from him. And then they gave him this form to say, but, you know, yes, your receipt and proof that we took it away. And when he went to complain to the police doesn't know about this at all. And then eventually the matter was escalated and reported to IPID. And when IPID saw his CCTV photos and video, they immediately can see it's the same officers that is from EMPD, and they linked him in that manner. And that case has criminally also not been resolved that I know of at all. And the civil claim side is that I just know that it's been handed over to the city manager and then it went to Bihari. Thereafter, I don't know what happened with it at all.
Now, do you know if any arrests of EMPD members were made in respect of...
No arrest for this matter that I know of has been made.
And
they were at the scene itself on the photos. There were civilians, or a civilian, that later on that civilian gets mentioned more and more because he's a civilian that he works and operates as if he's a Metro Police officer with them the whole time. But there was no arrest that I know of for this matter.
Okay.
Commissioner, you said IPID deals with criminal issues, but EMPD and by extension the municipality deals with HR issues. Were these officers ever suspended or subjected to any HR-related disciplinary process?
Not for this matter so far. Well, there is one matter where, the very next one, but for these matters, nothing has been done yet to them.
And lastly, do you know whether or not these semi-precious stones were ever recovered, or you do not know any progress on that?
From my knowledge to date, it's never been recovered.
Thank you.
Commissioner, you in that explanation block, you say a female officer received a call whom she referred to as the boss, in quotes. The female officer took photos and then phoned the boss back again. She then said her boss arrived and parked on the wrong side with another lead to Killarney. Is that what Mr. Magagula told you?
That's correct.
Has been reported to him?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay. And then further on in that explanation, further down you say, and Magagula, in brackets, IPID, I don't know if you see where I am.
Correct.
He said he got his firearm licenses within 3 weeks. What is this about?
That civilian that he mentions there, which, because I can't mention his name because he hasn't been charged or anything of that, but the civilian who Magagula mentioned there is also owner of a private security company. And Magagula then mentioned and says, yes, even this person has the private security company. He's got contacts in SAPS because he gets his firearm licenses within 3 weeks. It's just something that Magagula said. I don't have any proof or anything to that matter.
And the city, and here specifically the EMPD, you and the chief, did not consider to lay a criminal complaint against the civilian that's named here for impersonating an EMPD officer.
Commissioner, at that stage we didn't have any evidence except that Mr. Magagula said to us. And when we requested the reverse, we will provide all our information. IPID didn't want to provide us with any information from their side at all, even though we requested them for information like this. And to our knowledge, the way it was conveyed to us is that IPID is already investigating this group, including the civilians, because it comes more and more out. There's stages where there's a group of about 5 to 6 civilians, of which one is my informant that was actually killed. It's a Mr. Yaku Hanekom. He was in possession of a letter exactly the same as Mr. C.J. Smith in the beginning, a letter where he is appointed, or not appointed, where he is, to whom it may concern, this person collaborate with us and work with us. Mr. Hanekom had exactly the same letter. This person had exactly the same letter. So there was a group of people that were working with our officers in this whole scheme. It was a criminal enterprise running, and Mr. Magagula just mentioned it to him. When we asked him for, can we please have more information on this so that we can take disciplinary steps against our officers, he was saying, but they are imminent for arrest. We must wait on our side. We cannot, because we will damage their criminal cases that they're busy investigating against them. So we then had to hold back. That even include Brigadier Makwanasi's case, which he was suspended and was supposed to be disciplined steps. He was in the process already. The presiding and presenting officer was already appointed. When we then said, but the next moment is that Mr. Makagula and them say, but here's a serious murder case where he's implicated as an accessory after the fact. And he helped clean up the scene in that matter as well. So we were holding back under the impression that it's a murder that already took place on 15 April 22. We were under the impression this is going to take place any moment now, because they would already have a lot of information if they can tell me that there's a murder case. And that's why IPA didn't want to give us really any physical information or anything back to us. They were investigating the docket, which we then had to obviously respect because they are the investigating officers in this matter.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Ms. Sil.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. That then brings us to the third matter on your table. If you could deal with that. And once again, indicating whether or not there have been arrests and appearances in court and the like, because that determines whether or not you may disclose their identities. Thank you.
Commissioners, if I can just make sure, they were arrested, they did appear, they were out on bail. The case came many times, but last week, Thursday, I received notification that the matter has been provisionally withdrawn
You are running ahead of us, Commissioner Spies.
I just want to make sure before I mention their names that I don't get into trouble.
I think to the Chair, what you want to mention is they were arrested, specific members of the EMPD. They did appear in court, formally charged, and they were released on bail. And your question to the Chair is, in those circumstances, are you entitled to identify them?
Correct.
The answer is yes.
Okay. So it's an incident that happened in Benoni, and the business name is Smoking Supermarket, where they were formally charged or criminally charged with theft, kidnapping, extortion, defeating the ends of justice. The case number was Benoni 215-07-2022. This dossier was initially investigated by the local detective, Sergeant Ben from Benoni. The docket was completed by her. It was already presented to the control prosecutor. Because policeman is involved, that the control prosecutor makes a determination if they must be arrested or not and notify the DPP. However, Mr. Makagula went to the control prosecutor and he took the docket away from the control prosecutor so that I could take the whole matter over. And then in this matter, Mr. Makagula contacted me on a specific Thursday afternoon, and he said to me that the very next morning he wants these 3 officers at my office. And I said to him, but they're not working for me. I'm not dealing with them. Their direct supervisor is this Dion Singh. Contact Dion Singh. He will arrange that you can meet them. And I've left the matter there. So the next morning, which is a Friday morning, I was in my office, in my boardroom. It's called Leopard Boardroom. So I was in my boardroom having my weekly meeting with my direct subordinates, discussing everything that happened during the week. And the next moment there was a knock on my boardroom, and the door was opened. And as it was opened, SAP's TRT members came into with fully armed balaclava, rifles, everything. So we are all police officers sitting in the room, which is a very tense situation where people is now actually invading inside the police station, inside my boardroom. And they went and stood at the corners. And then the next moment, Mr. Makagula came in carrying a docket with him. And then these 3 officers, Kershaw Lee, Stolz, Adrian McKenzie, and Bafana Twala, came in civilian clothes. They were from the specialized services. They sat down at the boardroom. And then in the passage, more TRT members stood in the passage protecting the boardroom. I then asked Mr. Makagula, what is this? What are you doing in my boardroom with these 3 members? And he then informed me that they actually contacted Dion Singh. They discussed it with him. He referred them back to me again, and that's why they came to my office, because they went to Mr. Mazzolo's office, which is the Deputy Chief Operations. There's no one there, so they came to me to use my boardroom. And I then asked him if all my staff can be excused so that we don't intermingle stuff. So all my staff, except myself and Colonel Erasmus, who from Internal Affairs stayed behind because he was reporting to me at that stage. And then Mr. Makagula proceeded to inform them of this case, and he arrested them in front of us, arrested them, took their cell phones away from them, took their appointment cards away from them. We had to wait for a few minutes so that I can arrange the armorer, which is the responsible person in terms of the Firearms Control Act, to actually come to my office to collect the firearms so that we can hand it to the armourer. And they even were followed by the TRT members to their vehicle to go fetch rifles, which they've left in the car, to fetch the rifles as well, to be handed over to the armourer. And that lasted for about an hour, hour and a half. Then they left, and obviously they're now being arrested by IPID, and they would appear in court, or they would be detained. On the Monday morning, I was sent a video clip from Benoni Court just to show that the officers appear in court, but they were denied bail because of court processes, and it was postponed to the next week for a bail application. And then at the next week, the week Friday thereafter, very early in the morning, they then got bail, and they were released on bail.
Commissioner Spies, one thing we overlooked in respect of this matter is you didn't tell the commissioners what the matter is about.
It is, I thought I mentioned the headings, but what these officers did in effect, what was alleged by the victim, is that they entered his shop, which is in Benoni, diagonally across the fire station. They entered into his shop and they confiscated boxes and boxes of cigarettes, which they claimed he is illegally in possession with. And they then arrested him as well. So they took the boxes of cigarettes and him. They traveled down Pretoria Road towards the Benoni police station side. And when they got to the N12 in Benoni, where Pretoria Road and N12 intersect, they let this man out of the vehicle. They took his cell phone and 200 rand, and they told him to run away into the veld because he was a foreigner. I didn't know if he was legal or illegal, but he was a foreigner. And they then let him go. The specific Kershaw Stolz then, she went to Benoni police station, where in the police station in the 13, which is the evidence register, she handed in one box of cigarettes. As if she would, and her words were in that document where she handed in, it was picked up in the veld, and she collected it in the veld.
A box or a carton? One box of cigarettes or a carton? A carton. All right. Thank you. And you say they were then arrested. Do you know the status of that matter?
So, as I stated earlier, this matter, last week Thursday, I was informed that initially it was the person who informed me initially thought that the matter was completely withdrawn against them. But when I queried specifically with the control prosecutor, it's a matter of where it was numerous times postponed, and the last time the magistrate stated that he's going to withdraw the matter if it is not dealt with, and then the state prosecutor or the public prosecutor provisionally withdraw the matter because they couldn't find the victim and the complainant in the matter for the whole case matter. So it's as if the complainant is now either dead or gone or missing, and he can't be found. So the matter was provisionally withdrawn by the prosecutor in April this year.
And this is after the matter was remanded how many times, do you recall, based on the knowledge you received from the prosecutor?
I can say numerous times. It's more than 10. There's a list of dates on the side of the charge sheet that you can see every time that it was postponed. There's a huge amount of dates that it was postponed every time.
You indicate that you acquired this information last week Thursday.
Correct.
Which was a preparation for your testimony here before the commission. Is there anything that was shared with you to substantiate what you are saying that you may want to share with the commission? Any documentary evidence?
It was. I can share it. But it's obviously I haven't printed it out. It's on my WhatsApps. It is a charge sheet that is attached to it. I think it's a J15, which is the official court document. It's the J14. And then for every charge that was like the kidnapping and the theft and the extortion, there was a annexure that lists, normally when it's presented to court, it's what the prosecutor would present when they are found guilty so that the magistrate can just sign it. It is the actual charges. And the versions I received is copies that was certified as true copies by the clerk of the court that made them. And then on the J14, which is normally the previous convictions of a person that would be read into court. On that J40, on the right-hand side, it states that provisionally withdrawn by the public prosecutor, and it is signed off by the clerk of the court as true copies of it. I have that.
Could you make that available to us, and commissioners will attach it to the statement? We will sort out the annexure numbering for its purpose, as it's a late submission, but we will update your statements and the files accordingly. Do you have a date? Do you recall the date on which the matter was withdrawn eventually?
It's April this year.
April
I don't have the
25.
exact date, but it is listed on the charge sheet itself on the right-hand side. The last date is mentioned.
Okay.
Are you moving?
Yes, Commissioner.
Are you moving to the next one?
I was about to.
Okay. On this one still, you, in your explanation column, the very last column, you've used the word, then they kidnapped the manager. And when you're testifying now, you said they arrested him. Is there a difference, and what's the significance of the difference?
Commissioner, when you do a legal arrest within the realms of the law, and you go and you arrest by law, and we cannot detain, we can arrest. So if we arrest, we must immediately hand over to SAPS as soon as possible, and SAPS will then detain. If the process is legal, then it is an arrest. If I act outside my scope of mandated and my powers and my functions, the member of the public will think he's being arrested, but I actually kidnap him in law because I'm acting illegally. And then it's not an arrest anymore. So when we speak between us, it was because he was illegally arrested. There was no reason to arrest him. He was then taken from his store where he's under the impression he's being arrested. From the other side, it is actually, and then they get to the highway and then they let him run away because he's a foreigner. That action is actually kidnapping. So the difference between is when you do it correctly and legally, and you hand him over to SAPS and it goes through the papers, it is a legal arrest. However, when you take a person and he's under the impression he's being arrested and you do something to him, that is kidnapping, in my knowledge.
And then secondly, the arrest that happened in your boardroom by IPID, when was this? Do you have a recollection? When about, even if it's not exact?
It's in March. Let me just see when Hanekom was. It's 2 weeks before Hanekom was killed. I will look at it, Commissioner, but it is somewhere in March.
March 20?
23.
Okay. And after that arrest, what happened with these officers in the workplace? Did they remain at work?
They matter because when they were arrested, we obviously now have proper proof that there is a case against them. So internal dossier was investigated by Colonel Erasmus. It was presented to the division head of ER, Mr. Kolani Nisa, and he then appointed a presiding and a presenting officer to start with the disciplinary matter. It only got to the very first day of the disciplinary matter. At that morning, I was there to actually start the testimony and everything, and when I arrived there, the matter was taken away. I don't know exactly how it was taken away, but the disciplinary process inside stopped completely. In May of that same year, the officers were on suspension for that period. And then at the end of their suspension, because normally the city will only suspend you for a 3-month period in terms of the disciplinary agreement. So at the end of that 3 months, when the officers returned to duty, there was an email discussion and correspondence from Commissioner Mazzolo, who is their direct divisional head, the deputy chief. He sent an email to Brigadier Makwanasi and to state that the 3 officers will be deployed in my division, administratively, where they can be in the office environment so that they don't work as law enforcement officers. So, and I was CC'd in this correspondence. Kershaw Lee Stolz was placed at my Alberton Fine Administration Office, resorting under the command and control of Senior Clerk Veronica Brits, and Officer Mackenzie was placed at Nigel under Senior Clerk Juanita Marais, and Officer Twala was placed in Boksburg under the command of a Senior Clerk Patty Peterson. And the reason why they were placed at those specific places is to make sure that that is the closest to their residences, so that we don't have to provide transport or anything to them. So they were placed there. They stayed there for approximately a year, and then in 2024 November, the staff started to complain. Right from the beginning, they were complaining about them because they incalcitrant, they don't listen, they don't do anything. So the officers were then, a request was made back to Commissioner Mazzolo to say, can they please, Makwanasi then, can they please be taken back from us, that they don't, because they sit in an environment where they create issues. And then it was instructed, not to us, through us at all, because we're being sidelined, but the officer, like Mackenzie, just came to Mrs. Marais and said to her, I've been replaced and I moved to Louds. Here's a WhatsApp, I've been moved. And then she said, but I haven't received notification from Commissioner Spies. And he just says, well, here's a WhatsApp, I've been redeployed to Louds. Mrs. Stolz, she started, so this happened in May and June of that year. She then lodged a grievance against me, where she stated that I don't allow her to work overtime. Where at the back end, we have a system in place where overtime is pre-approved at least a month before. So for this month, I will pre-approve overtime for the next man. Depending on what you plan and motivated, the overtime will be pre-approved. And the pre-approval for the Alberton section has already been concluded the previous month. She came in the middle of a month to our section. And then she submitted a grievance to say that she doesn't get overtime and I'm victimizing her, because I was present during the arrest and I'm testifying against her and I'm victimizing her, and that's why I doesn't want to give her overtime. However, in the evidentiary proof, she sent a whole email to Linda Kacheka, which was the HOD HR, the city manager, Makwanasi, all of them, where she stated that I'm victimizing her and she doesn't get overtime. We've replied to that where there's proof of that as well, to say, but she can apply the next month in the motivation and she will be placed on overtime if it can be motivated for the next month. And then at the end of that month, July, she actually resigned out of her own free will and she left the force. She then, after she left the force, she then lodged a unfair dismissal through arbitration labor relations, and that was then concluded at about October, November, and it was found not in her favor, where there was no victimization or anything like that. So the two officers that stay behind, Twala and Mackenzie, to date, no disciplinary action has been taken against them at all.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Spies. That then brings us to the matter dealt with under item 4.
The item 4 one is, it is allegations of theft of copper at a plot in the Meyerton area. This information was corroborated not only when IPID gave this information, but I also got from an informant, which is Jaco Hanekom. And he was shot the day Stolz, Mackenzie and Twala, the morning they got bail, that morning, that 12 o'clock that same day, Jaco Hanekom was shot in a drive-by shooting, which the police alleged is a hijacking that went wrong, but it looked to me and everyone on this, it looked like a hit. But he gave video clips and of what happened and took place. And there's a person with the name of Oom Willem that's a complainant close to the R29 in Meyerton. But it's also stated that Oom Willem doesn't trust the police and he doesn't want to get involved because the local police also doesn't want to involve them. And in this video clip, and we most probably going to show the video clip, but the person who is speaking over the video clip, explaining what's happening on that is a civilian who is most probably family from Oom Willem, but it's someone speaking there. And in that, when he speaks, he mentions the person's name, but just his name, not his surname or anything like that. But it's an incident where our officers, together with this civilian, arrive on scene with unmarked cars, and one car has got a mark on, and they stopped at the front gate. The civilian with a red shirt tries to climb over the fence. It's a very high fence. He tries to climb over the fence, and then eventually the gate is opened for him and all the vehicles drive in. The civilian climbs into the Kershaw stall. She's one of the officers. It's her patrol car that's been assigned to her. The civilian climbs in her patrol car, and he drives the car into the premises, driving the police car. And then the cars are standing around there, and they're accosting the owner, and they're discussing with him. They stole the cop and everything from him. That's what Mr. Makagula is saying. But then at this point where they're speaking about the last car that came in, they all went to the right rear passenger door of this car. And as they got there, the door opened, and Mkonasi, the Brigadier Mkonasi at that stage, he climbs out of the right rear side as if he's being escorted, or as if he's a principal VIP protection. He climbs out there, and you can clearly see him on the video clip where he stands and talks to them and gives instructions to them. So that's a matter that's also being investigated by IPIT and Magagula and them, but which is not concluded to date. There's nothing, even internally, there's nothing that has happened with that matter.
Can you just confirm, Commissioner, Meyatin is also outside of Ekurhulene's jurisdiction?
That's correct, Commissioner.
My understanding is that in Midvaal, is it?
Correct, Commissioner.
And then your reference to R29, is it 29 or 59?
It's what I wrote there, it's R29 is as Mr. Makagula said it to me, and I write it down. I don't know the exact address at all, but it is definitely in Meyerton, and R29 was mentioned. I know the R59 goes through them on the side, but I don't know if it's the correct address or not.
But my issue remains that apart from the criminal activity, if you have EMPD police officers using EMPD vehicles, driving outside of the jurisdiction of EMPD, apart from criminal issues, I mean, isn't that misconduct that should result in them being subjected to discipline?
Correct, Commissioner.
And you being the deputy police chief at the time, one of the deputies, why did you not raise that issue internally to say, I know IPID has its own processes, NPA has its own processes, but if we allow EMPD officers to drive outside of jurisdiction and do things there which they should not be doing, that's a serious labor issue.
Commissioner, it was mentioned.
Can I just add also to what Commissioner Khumalo is raising, that the involvement of a civilian in an EMPD operation where they are even outside jurisdiction sounds to me would also be a disciplinary issue. And so when you answer, Commissioner Khumalo, taking to deal with this as well.
Commissioner, when we received this information on the 6th of March and we were discussing it, we also had, when we came back, we had a discussion where we had a meeting internally with Kolani and Nisa from HR to say that these are all the cases which is being mentioned. But for these matters, it was mentioned to us by Magagula, but we don't have evidence of that. We have video clips which doesn't really relate to it. So we don't have proper matters that we can put into a disciplinary matter. But when we discussed it, because Magagula and IPIT stated to us the day before that they are imminent, they're going to be arrested, and then these matters will come to the front. Internally, it was decided by HR that they only want to proceed with the one matter. And that one matter was the blue lights, where we have all the evidence already that we can proceed with a disciplinary matter. So from our side, we did give it to HR to say, but here is serious matters. But the decision was made that we will deal with the one matter, which is very serious, and we have all the evidence. The others are proper hearsay. We cannot really deal with that at that stage in time.
Commissioner, my concern is that there are this many issues. You've only highlighted a few, but if internally EMPD does nothing about this, it promotes the culture that police officers, I mean, you've got a similar Hillbrow case where apart from whatever was stolen, they, EMPD officers, went to Hillbrow police station, completed forms that should be completed by subs, then proceeded to the residence of somebody and robbed that person of precious stones. But again, no HR-related consequences. It's almost like EMPD and Ekurhuleni leave those issues to IPID, and they do nothing about it. And this promotes a culture within EMPD of impunity.
Commissioner, it's very true what you say, but the atmosphere and the environment where we operated, Brigadier Makwanasi and his unit, the VIP protection side, the specialized services, and all of those officers were very seriously protected by the city manager, by the head of legal, by the head of HR. There's even a nickname that we used to use for the city. It's not the city of Ekurhuleni, it's Kemashli, which is the abbreviation for Kemi Bihari, Imogen Mashazi, and Linda Kasheka. They protected Brigadier Makwanasi to the extent that I cannot explain to you the victimization even I experienced, where I was completely pushed out. In the structure itself, I was appointed as a Section 56 employee with a fixed term, fixed performance contract. However, in 2024, Council adopted a new structure which changed the whole structure of the Metro Police, that they report now to a civilian. They don't report as per SAPS Act anymore to the city manager and accountable to her. My position where I was appointed in, the Deputy Chief Auxiliary and Support Services, was completely removed of the structure. When I queried it with the HR people as to why would there not be a support and an auxiliary, how do you get rid of me? I'm still in the post. The words to that was directed at me was, you will sit here and read newspapers for the next 3 years till your contract ends. So there's and I touched later on it, there was even meetings held where the city manager absolutely unprofessionally pushed us aside and actually tries to forcibly interfere into our matters. They were properly protected. Doesn't matter what I say or do. I will touch on it. There will come to a point where it deals with vetting, it deals with criminal records, where the manner how it was being dealt with. So there's a situation of fear in the Metro Police against this small group of officers that has completely taken over the city, but with the protection of the city manager, the head of HR, the head of legal, who's protecting them. There's even false reports being generated and created where they try to push us and get us out of the system and to push us aside.
Thank you, Commissioner Khumalo. You then have given a brief overview of this Merton copper theft case. You have a date in the fourth column, 16/2022. Is that when it occurred?
That's the date that the original crime occurred.
You, in your testimony, referenced videos, which now you've made available to us. And once again, Commissioners, if you could just make a note for yourselves, we will update your files so that we formally introduce them as annexures to his statement. You gave us 3 short videos, and I think you have indicated the order in which you want them played. The first one is very short, so I think we'll allow it to play, and then you'll explain to us what it is you perhaps at the beginning, explain to us what we'll be seeing, and that's how we will approach each one of them. Then we play the video.
The first very short one, it's a camera at this premises, which is at the outside gate, where the for sale sign stands. On the right-hand side is the actual entrance to the property. The vehicle that approached there is our Metro Police vehicle. So it approached on the gravel road, and it's going to turn to the left, stop in front of the gate. Then it will follow up with, you will see officers come out of the vehicle, 1 or 2 stays at the gate outside. They go stand at the gate armed, They're standing at the gate. They don't allow anyone else to come into the property. They're guarding from outside. And then on the next video clip, you will actually see a camera from inside pointing at the gate, where in the top left corner, the individual with the private individual with the red shirt is trying to climb over the fence. And then at the next moment, the gate will open. This vehicle in front of the gate will pull in, and then the second vehicle will also come a little bit later. And the female officer, Kershaw Lee Stolz, she's the one speaking to the owner then, this Oom Willem. And then it will go to the actual vehicle at the back where Mkwanazi climbs out of the back of the vehicle, and then they stand in a group and speak.
And as we go through it and you need us to stop, please indicate so that you can assess to the extent that it's possible to identify the people that we are seeing in any particular video. Okay, we're playing the first one.
Ja, tu meneer Zabicho.
Okay, we're going to try and slow it down. It seemed to...
But it is only 7 seconds, Commissioner.
It is 7 seconds.
It's just that portion where the car approached and it stops in front of the gate then.
And you confirm that this is, firstly, an EMPD vehicle?
Correct.
And secondly, the clip, what we are seeing on that clip is the approach of that vehicle onto the complainant's property. Okay, then you can play the next. We start the next clip.
Hier zo bij die.
Nou.
Nog een beetje. Oké. Ja, net recht gitu. Oké, we komen op play. Kom net zo los. Dit was 11:54. Ek gaan ook maar net so play. Dit is groot check hier so die inklim.
That is Etienne. That's the Etienne person, the civilian climbing out of the passenger.
And you say that's an unmarked EMPD car
So
that is coming out
both
of.
vehicles is unmarked EMPD vehicles, and that civilian is the one that they will refer to as Etienne the whole time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Daar's Kershaw. Ja, dis Kershaw.
The officer on the bottom right-hand corner with the black hair, female officer, that's Kershaw Lee Stolz. And then the officer, I don't know the other officers by name, but they are from the specialized services. The one with the denim on the left-hand side, I don't know his name, but he also works for us.
And you know that you don't know his name, you know he works for you. How? Have you seen him?
Because it's been confirmed by everyone that looks at this video. They know, the officers on the ground knows them. I just know that they say, this is our officer, this is our officer, and some you can see in uniform, it is our officer as well. This one in the red shirt is the only civilian one that we know that doesn't work for us.
Thank you.
I don't know if we saw, you mentioned a lady. Is she the one closest to the gate in front of the gentleman in red?
Correct, Commissioner. She walks towards the camera, right next to the gate, but you will see a better angle of her when they go to the inside camera.
All right, thank you.
So it's 11:54.
If we may pause, can you identify the person on the screen now?
That's also one of our officers dressed in a golf shirt, but with our cap, EMPD cap, and then the EMPD pants and a rifle and everything. I also don't know his name, but the officers know him, that he's from Specialized Services.
Okay, thank you.
That officer stay the whole side, the whole period. He stays at that corner of the gate, protecting in and out.
This particular...
that particular officer, he doesn't come into the premises. He stays at that gate, guarding the gate.
Okay.
Before we proceed, the visuals, the facial visuals here of this officer in particular, it's not very clear, but from what you have viewed, and you say he's identified as one of your officers, are his facial features clear enough to see who it is?
Commissioner, it's what we do with the officers. It's because we know we work together with them. For instance, Officer Stolz, there's in the Metro Police in Ekurhuleni, there's only 5 white female officers, and there's always a misunderstanding between my wife or my life partner and Officer Stolz, because both has got long hair, black hair, and both is about the same height. So there's always confusion about that, and therefore I can immediately, when I see them, I know the difference between my wife and Constable Stolz.
We would hope, Commissioner.
So even in the way she walk, and Officer Stolz, I know her much better than the rest, because I was in charge of the Ekurhuleni shooting team for Metro Police games and things like that, and she was one of my members on my shooting team. So I know her better than what I would know all the other officers that is in Specialized Services, because she was on my shooting team for close to 4 or 5 years. And then the resemblance to my wife, where she gets confused. The only difference really when you see quickly is that people will confuse them, but we won't, because she's got tattoos from her tribal tattoos all over her arms and her face, where my wife doesn't have tribal tattoos.
And this officer here, your people were able to identify him,
yes,
and put a name to him and where he's...
Yes, Commissioner, they from the team, they can immediately say, but this is an officer that worked together with him, and based on his demeanor, his walk, and the way he looks and his face, we can identify officers because we work together with them. But I cannot, because I'm at the management level, and I very seldom see the operational officers in that manner.
I understand. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. We continue with the tape.
Nou, die ander ene wat heel eers die afgestaan het, was hy gesê, hy is die gediend. Okay.
And I think we will also do it formally. But are you able for the moment to translate the conversation in Afrikaans, just to give everyone a sense of what's being said?
I can, Commissioners, I just haven't listened to that last words, but
No, but just generally what the conversation is about, and from your understanding, between who?
The person that's doing the speaking here is asking someone else, is this the brigadier? And his answer was, no, you'll see him later, he's in another car. That's the gist of what's happening here.
Okay. And do you know who's speaking?
No, I don't know who's speaking. I received this video clips from Yaku Hanekom. I don't know who is speaking. from the discussion when Jaco Hanekom discussed it with me, when he introduced this evidence to me and he says, this is what he has seen, he stated that they actually came back to remove the evidence. But when Willem's son or someone has actually took out the hard drive, put in a brand new hard drive, and they came and fetched the brand new hard drive. So it was a joke actually how they operated, because this incident took place, but when it was reported by Oom Willem, and this comes from Jaco Hanekom now, is that when it was reported by Oom Willem to the police, this group came back the next week to retrieve the hard drive from him. But they retrieved the wrong hard drive. And so the people who are speaking, I don't know. I know that one is Oom Willem, because you can hear that he's asking the person who is this and what happened, and then the Oom or the uncle is busy explaining back to them who it is.
Thank you.
Just to be clear, Commissioner, the voices that we are hearing, that you're being asked about, these are not people on the scene at the time.
No, Commissioner. Okay. It's people who's narrating what happens afterwards.
Okay, thank you.
He's pulling in. And then the second car is coming in as well. We're going to stop and then show the inside camera.
Yes, he's closing on our directive walked out and I told him to put the board in front. He doesn't have to stay there.
En also in the club now.
Before it ended, the gentleman in blue and a cap, is that a rifle in his hands that he's got?
Correct, Commissioner.
Okay. Yes, there it is. Okay. And you say this gentleman stayed at the gate and never moved?
He stayed at the gate. He didn't come on. Even from the other camera angle, you will be able to see that he stayed at the gate. But there's two officers that stay at the gate. The other officer that earlier was sworn with a denim and that, you also don't see him inside again. So that officer you can see stay at the gate, but the other officer, I make an assumption that he went to the other side of the gate and he stood there at the outside of the gate.
Okay.
You said, Commissioner, that golf shirt that he's wearing, it's part of your uniform.
It's not part of our official uniform at all. So the pants and the rifle and the cap is our uniform, and we have a blue shirt. That is normal part of us. But the specialized services, they would use out of their own, on most probably direction of their brigadier, they will use a blue golf shirt, but it's not provided uniform, that shirt itself.
Can we just go back? I thought I saw that at the back, it's written EMPD. Am I wrong in my observation?
At the back of the shirt?
Yeah.
It would be embroidered by themselves.
Okay. I think you can stop. I think it's much. And you're saying it wouldn't be issued uniform if it is?
No,
if
that's not issued
correct.
uniform. The shirt is not issued.
If you would pause.
We've tried to pause it as quickly as we could. That's when he turns his back to the camera.
Sorry, we tried to stop it as quickly as we could because that's the point at which he turns his back to the camera. And Commissioner Baloyi, is it at this point?
Yes.
What can you make out?
It is definitely embroidered letters which states EMPD.
Okay.
Thank you.
But it is not an official shirt. It's not part of the schedule. It's not issued by the stores of EMPD at all.
Thank you. That then what leads us to video 3. Okay.
So it starts off with the person in Etienne at the wall itself trying to climb over the wall. He's hanging there on the top, in the middle.
Daar klim op die muur, op die ding also. Also. Draag die hek op.
So he's a civilian now. He climbs into the vehicle, and the police vehicle, and he's driving the police vehicle into the premises.
Is this the vehicle that you said was Stolz's?
It's Stolz's official vehicle that's been assigned to her.
Kom hom hulle uit.
Stolz is the lady that walks now here in the front.
Sorry, please say that again.
Stolz, the lady walking towards Oom Willem now, that is Kershaw Lee Stolz.
Then a member of the EMPD.
She was a member of the EMPD till she resigned.
Okay.
And then the individual with his back to us is the one I assume is Oom Willem, because they speak about him and that he's the one being accosted on the premises.
Okay.
I was hoping, Commissioner, that you would not identify the occupants of the property.
Sorry.
Because in your statement you mentioned that the person, the whistleblower that provided you the tape, was killed shortly after these officers were granted bail.
That's correct,
I think just for the safety of the individuals, can we not mention their names, please? Is that in order?
Commissioner Kumalo is pointing out, and I think you had indicated at the start of your testimony in respect of this matter that the complainant expressed that he doesn't have a trust of the police and didn't want to engage. And in light of your testimony that your informant, Hanekom, was killed shortly after they were granted bail, that perhaps it might be best not to say as little as possible about the identity of the people affected by this operation.
Sorry, Commissioner.
Thank you.
18 in die kar. Vra sy vir die warehouse, haar wys oor vir hom in die warehouse toe.
She asked where's the warehouse, and then the person showed her towards where the warehouse is.
Het hy gesê hy is die brigadier hier? Nee, sit hy nog in die kar, hè?
So they ask if that person indicates he's the brigadier, and then he says no, he's still sitting in the car at the back.
Now, coming in from the direction of the gate towards the camera, I think it's yet another person who seems to have a light-colored top. Is that an EMPD member or another civilian, or you don't know?
That's also an EMPD member.
Okay.
Just in civilian clothes. That one on the right-hand side
Yes.
is an EMPD member in civilian clothes.
Okay.
Sê hy is die brigadier hier, ja? Nee, sit hy nog in die kar, hè? Okay, so hulle was dan, nou kyk, waar klim 18 uit die kar uit. Hoe lang het jy al daar gestaan, hè? 'n paar minute.
There they speak to the passenger in the back of the car. So Kershaw went to the passenger door at the back and she opened it, and the driver in the orange shirt, he climbed out and opened the door for her. And now Kershaw is speaking to the person in the back of the car, which when he climbs out, we can immediately recognize him, but it's Brigadier Mkwanasi.
Now, the driver in the orange top that you just referenced.
He's also a member.
Also a member of the EMPD, thank you.
And have you been able to identify this vehicle, who it's allocated to? The
vehicle is also allocated to the specialized services, but we can identify them.
Who the driver was?
Yes.
Thank you.
Nou, praat hulle met hom agter in die kar. So hulle was 3 in die kar.
So the person that now climbed, you can see from the head and the side profile that we know him it's Brigadier Mkwanasi.
Okay.
Daar was 2 maniere van die maar die hele tyd die bly staan.
2, so hulle was 4 in my kar. Hy loop 2 daar na die warehouse se kant toe.
That's the end of tape 3.
Correct, Commissioner.
Can
we just confirm that property that we saw in tape 1, 2, and 3, that's the Mayerton property?
Correct, Commissioners.
Any concluding remarks on the videos we've just watched before we move to the next matter?
No, it's just that
before you do your conclusion, an operation such as this, you would expect, am I correct to assume or to expect that there would be a record of it? If it's a proper operation, there would be a record of it in the municipality. Or in the EMPD, in fact, let me say.
Commissioner, if it was a legal operation, but it's so far outside our area that we wouldn't, as management, you wouldn't allow it. If an officer comes to you and say, I have information of a crime going to take place in Soweto or in Mayerton, the first instructions will be take your information, hand it over to SAPS so that the SAPS can actually do a proper operation in that area. There's no going outside of your area expose you to way more than just you acting outside your mandate. If you are injured there, your injury on duty doesn't cover anything. If anything happens there, so it should be, if there's an operation, there should be records of it, but this whole operation is irregular, and therefore I don't think there's any proof in the city itself that there's records that this actually took place. This is a crime that's taking place, and there will not be records of crime kept.
In your narration, in that first column, you describe it as theft, copper, and we see that they're going into either business or private premises. Is this part of your mandate to go into premises and investigate copper theft? When I say your, I mean the EMPD's mandate.
We have in our powers that we can search and we can enter premises when crime and things happen right in front of us. However, when it comes down to copper, second-hand goods and things like that, we don't have investigative powers in that matter. We also don't have powers in terms of the Second-Hand Goods Act to enter a premises to search. It's one of the shortcomings that we as Metro Police have, that we think we have, and we have requested Minister Mtunu actually to give us those powers, that we have limited powers to investigate second-hand goods shops and that. What we do in practice is that we would contact the local SAPs and say, there's a second-hand goods store, they're selling copper, there's allegations for that, and then SAPs will go together with us, because SAPs have got the power to go into those premises, but we cannot go into that power. So we don't have powers in terms of the Second-Hand Goods Act. And if anything, if we receive information like that, the proper procedure would be that we ask the local SAPs to accompany us. So we just have a police officer there as well when we then search the property for copper and infrastructure or thefts related to Second-Hand Goods Act.
And what about the involvement of civilians in your operations, assuming this was a proper operation?
Civilians will not, it's so strange. Civilians will not be allowed into operations, even as informants, because you protect your informants. You don't expose your informant. If it's a genuine case of theft of copper that you now illegally investigate because you have this false perception that you can investigate them, even if you enter that premises, then why would you take your civilian informant with you? Because you will expose him. So civilians, and we as police don't bring civilians together on our operations. It's unheard of that we actually do that.
And what about civilian use of your property, such as we see Mr. Van der Walt driving a motor vehicle of the EMPD? There must be rules about that.
It's illegal, firstly, in the very short answer is that's impersonation of a police officer. You're using resources belonging to the state, and that's seconds or moments while you're driving the car. You're driving a police car, so you're actually impersonating a police officer. And you can go, most probably if there's real police on the scene, you can arrest him for theft. You can arrest him for use of your property. It is highly irregular that civilians, the only civilians I know of that drive our vehicles is the mechanic when we take it into the workshop, and even then it becomes problematic. We have established a whole unit, that the fleet unit, that makes sure that the mechanic doesn't, for instance, drive our vehicles into the public road distances. It's so that we use our own office to say, take it to the garage or take it to the workshop for repairs. It becomes highly problematic if civilians start to drive official police vehicles.
So in a normal working, functional and orderly work environment that the EMPD should have been, the involvement of a civilian such as Mr. Van der Walt in the operation and in driving the vehicle of the municipality, but also impersonating a police officer, that would have been disciplinable action against the officers that are involved with him. Am I correct?
It will be. It should be where you allow someone else to drive or operate the vehicle. So the officer who's responsible for the vehicle, in this case, for instance, Kershaw Lee Stalls, or the brigadier who's on the scene, he's an overall in command. It's a prosecutable or a disciplinary matter for using and allowing other people to use our resources.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr.
One last point, sorry. You're saying these officers, the EMPD officers, were arrested and charged with theft. So they were not just there to investigate, they were accused of stealing the copper.
Correct, Commissioner.
As a follow-up to the answer you gave to one of Commissioner Baloyi's questions, this is the information you received from Mr. Magagula, the IPT investigator, at the meeting of the 6th of March, 2023?
He presented the information, but the video clips and all the other information I received from Hanekom afterwards. I also handed all of this over to IPT.
Okay. Now, before we get to the handing over, the follow-up question to Commissioner Baloyi's question, having been informed of this particular case, or any of these cases, did you investigate whether or not there are records within the EMPD of an operation such as, and I say operation in inverted commas, of course, such as what we have just watched on the screens?
It was investigated and we couldn't find anything related to this matter.
Okay. And insofar as the tapes are concerned, the video recordings are concerned, you said you handed them over to IPID? Firstly, to who specifically did you hand them over and when?
Immediately after it became into our possession, it was handed over to Investigator Makagula, but it was also at a later stage copied, but it was copied, I think it's in this year, to Mrs. Masuku as well.
Now you say immediately after you came into possession, perhaps then let's backtrack. When did you come into possession of these tapes?
I don't know the exact, it's in my emails. I will, during lunchtime, where I can look at my emails, the exact date I received it, and then I will give the correct date.
Okay, that would assist greatly. Thank you.
Lastly, Commissioner, you say there is no record of this operation. Now, and the complaint here is theft copper. So if any copper was removed from the premises, there is no record in the EMPD or in the municipality. Only Brigadier Mkwanazi and these people in the operation would know what happened to that copper. Is that fair?
Correct, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Commissioner, just to add there, if we do a legal operation, any property, any goods that is confiscated by us or impounded, if it's criminal related, those property is immediately handed over to SAPS and it's entered into their SAP 13, which is an impoundment because it's part of a crime. So whatever we in a legal operation would impound, we will hand over to SAPS and it will form part of the SAPS because they are then eventually the investigators into this. But we don't have a impoundment of copper or anything like that. The only time that we will impound things is in terms of our bylaws, which is fruits or vegetables or things that is left next to the road, which is a bylaw related matter.
And officers such as we see on the video clip with those vehicles, would they have the authority to impound? Or you would have a different set of people that would do the removal of property?
They wouldn't have the power to impound. If it is a genuine crime and you catch someone, let's say it's a vehicle found with copper on the back of the vehicle, and during my normal patrols I found this vehicle. The moment I find that vehicle, I will actually impound it and arrest them, and then I'll take the arrested person to SAPS together with the vehicle, and I'll hand it over to SAPS and it will be recorded in their records because it is part of evidence of a crime that was committed. Those property will not come through my pounds as a city. Through my pounds will only be bylaw related goods which was impounded or confiscated in terms of my bylaws. It's the only goods that will come through me. Even stolen vehicles. If I discover and found a stolen vehicle back, if it's after hours, it will come into my pound. But because SAPS pounds will then be closed at night. But the moment the pound open the next morning and it's a stolen vehicle, we will shift the stolen vehicles over to the SAPS pound so that it can be impounded there. Any crime-related evidence is handed over to SAPS and it is impounded by them.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr.
And just to conclude, earlier regarding this very matter, you had an engagement with Commissioner Kumalo, who I think indicated that Merton is outside the jurisdiction of the EMPD. You recall that?
Correct.
Do you know under which jurisdiction or whose jurisdiction it would fall, firstly?
Most probably Meyerton Police, which is in the Midvaal municipal area.
Midvaal.
Meyerton, the municipal areas and the South African Police Service areas and the magisterial areas differ.
Yes.
Since we became metros, it went haywire. Originally, it was city to city aligned, so the magisterial district of Benoni was aligned to the Benoni municipality. But since we became metros, the boundaries is now 3 different boundaries. The courts have got, judicial side has got one set of boundaries, the police stations have a set of boundaries, and the municipality have a different set of boundaries. So I would immediately assume Meyerton falls under Meyerton South African Police Service, which most probably will then be served by Vereniging Court District in that area.
So if we were to pursue this particular case, are you suggesting the logical point to start is to get in contact with the Merton SAPS?
I will start with IPID first because they've got the docket.
Okay.
They know more information. And secondly, I will then go to SAPS, Meyerton, or that area. But I will start with IPID because they've got the docket.
Okay. No, thanks for the heads up. Chair, I see it's 1:01 before we get to the next matter. This is an appropriate time for a lunch adjournment.
Let's adjourn and resume at 2 p.m.
I'll take the guest. I'll take the guest.
What time are you getting out?
Trying to find a flight. Jam-packed. We are ready to presume. Just thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Spies, before we broke for lunch, you had indicated that the video clips we watched, you handed them over to Investigator Magagula, correct? And you undertook to look through your WhatsApp messages to determine when you had received the clips and when you handed them over to EMPD. You confirmed that you now have that. So perhaps if you could just work us through that detail, you will then provide us with those WhatsApp messages and the details, and we will factor them into your statement at the relevant portion.
Thank you, Commissioners. Jaco Hanekom sent me the original video clips, which I saw here, on 14 August 2022 via email. We had a meeting the day before, and he then sent me these video clips on 14 August 2022. On the 6th of March, we had a meeting with EMPD where we were instructed to submit to them all evidence and anything that we have on our side related to this group of officers. And on the 7th of March, I've sent these video clips plus all the emails from Jaco Hanekom. I forwarded to NOMSA at EMPD itself, NOMSA Masuku. I forwarded to her via email. It was discussed the previous afternoon as well in the meeting with EMPD, and that's why I said I will forward all the information I have received as well, which was forwarded then the next morning on the 7th of March.
And you indicated that thereafter you still informed EMPD of the killing of your informant, Mr. Hanekom. Yeah.
Correct, Commissioner. On the 17th of March, Mr. Hanekom was killed the afternoon, approximately 12 o'clock. At 12:43, I've sent an email to NOMSA to say to her that the informant, have you seen that the informant has just been killed? And she answered me back via email later that evening to say that yes, it's hard sore because she was in court the whole day, but she's also know that it happened and it took place. So it's 2023, 17 March.
Just to be precise, your communication with NOMSA regarding the assassination of Hanekom, was your communication by WhatsApp or email?
The 17 March was via email to NOMSA.
Okay. And you undertake to provide us then with the screen grabs of both the WhatsApp chats with Hanekom and subsequently Investigator Magagula, and then the emails with NOMSA.
Correct, Commissioners.
I shall. Let's turn then to page 14 of your statement. That is the next matter you deal with, and that you have headed copper plates.
The copper plates case, I don't have a lot of information. It was just mentioned, and then I was called in by the acting Brakpan station commander, who informed me that this incident took place. It was where trucks with a manned tow truck and was on the R22 with a trailer, and it was close to the Carnival Mall. The people involved on the incident itself, when they actually found it back, was a SAPS reservist warrant officer, Adar Security, Ray Springs, and a Pakistani warehouse, and it happened at the Monster truck stop, Pomona. This Brakpan station commander then, he told me that the information that they are finding, it's from Kershaw Stalls, who posted it of herself on Instagram. So he called me in, we had a discussion about it because he wanted to have more information from me, And I then stated I don't do social media, so I don't have things like Instagram, and I don't have any information about this matter at all. Then the next matter was again mentioned where we call it the Cobalt case because it is a truck or a few trucks that were hijacked that were conveying cobalt. The investigating officer in that matter was then Warrant Officer Roots from Springs, and his telephone number was given. And Hanekom is the main informant in this matter. So what Hanekom informed us about this matter is that Etienne arrived with a helicopter. They were flown by a person impersonating SAPS, where he said he's Captain Smith, and they arrived on the scene in the Delmas area. But
May I just, sorry to interrupt, you just said Etienne. When we were watching one of the videos, you identified one person, I think they had a red top on as Etienne. Is that the same person or is this a different Etienne?
Hanekom stating it's the same person. Etienne van der Walt, the same person mentioned in the one Etienne, and this one is the same person that Hanekom said he and the Smith was flying the helicopter, and Etienne was a passenger in the helicopter. And they arrived at the scene in Delmas, where when they arrived, there's already SAPS present. Now, I don't know that you will see in my question, I made in my statement a question mark, because on the scene itself, there was a female captain, Carla Hartley, who chased them away from the scene because they wanted to take the scene over from her, and she chased them away to say she's in charge of the scene, they must get off her scene. And so the helicopter landed, and then the helicopter flew out again because she chased them away. And then very shortly thereafter, this Stalls and Mackenzie, they arrived on the same scene with marked vehicles. Stalls even posted pictures of this on Instagram of herself. And then Magagula said to us, and then this is what they discussed, is that they use this modus operandi of stealing the load or the freight, and then they will offer the load back to the owner at a 10% cost release via burner phones and pin drops so that the owner can collect his own goods. That matter itself, we don't have more than what Hanekom has told us, is to say that they arrive on the scene in this, but obviously if it's Captain Harley, Delmas, it's easy to be confirmed or verified with the South African Police Service. And this is where the problem lies with us, is that we cannot do criminal investigations. So we receive all of these snippets of information from everyone, and we then hand it over to our SAPS contacts, and it's way outside our area, so it becomes highly problematic for us if we don't have a little bit of investigation capabilities. One of them where I want to touch on is that our officers, municipal police officers, when they commit crimes, doesn't matter what crime it is, if it is now bribery or corruption, which is known officers do when they issue fines or drunken driving or things like that, is that the victim, the member of the public, will always come and complain to us because it's our officer involved, it's our vehicles. He will then complain to us, and we will take his statement and deal with it in a misconduct disciplinary inquiry manner. And we will then inform the victim, please go to the SAPS station, this is the area, this is where it is, and lay a formal criminal complaint so that SAPS can investigate it. We cannot ourselves investigate it. And what then happened, and this is where the slight problem arises with this, is that we know our area, for instance, and I want to make it specifically to the Benoni-Boksburg area, because and it's most probably between us and Joburg as well, the magisterial boundaries and the police station boundaries between Benoni and Boksburg is Atlas Road, running from north to south. If you travel north, the divide between the magisterial boundaries and police station boundaries is the center island. So the 2 lanes going north is in the Boksburg magisterial areas. The 2 lanes going south is in the Benoni magisterial area. So if my officer do law enforcement there and he stands and takes bribes, he will take one going north, a 50 or 100 rand bribe, and he will take one in the south, 50 or 100 rand bribe, and both of those complainants will go and lodge it at either Benoni or Boksburg. And no one will see the real pattern. No one will see, but this same officer took a large amount of bribes at this specific spot because they do it in different magisterial areas. And the member of the public will come and complain to us and we will do the misconduct disciplinary inquiries and try to do the discipline action, but the member of the public is seriously afraid to really push it through and come and testify at our disciplinary hearings, which makes it more difficult again to find them guilty and actually dismiss or fire these officers. One of the things that in this specific cases that we also mentioned is that, and this is a critical thing which we've been highlighted for many, many years, we have a different set of conditions of agreement when it comes to disciplinary agreements than what the South African Police Service are. We are in a local government environment. Our disciplinary agreement that's already been touched on, it deals with all municipal employees in exactly the same manner, irrespective if you're a plumber or an admin clerk or a police officer. We are dealt with in terms of that disciplinary agreement in that manner. You get suspended, if you do get suspended for 3 months with full pay, you must be treated within that conditions of service. However, the South African Police Service has a different dispensation between police and civilians. And we have requested at very high level, SALGA, everyone to intervene so that we can have a separate set of disciplinary agreements for municipal police officers, even though they're in local government. But to date, we've been denied that. So a municipal police officer is treated, doesn't matter what crimes he committed, he is treated as if he's a normal council employee, and he's not treated as if he's a police officer, which can intimidate witnesses, and therefore the public doesn't want to come and testify in our disciplinary cases. Very few public do. And if they do testify, then we obviously dismiss and fire officers. But that's one of the problems that we have in this environment where we're dealing with officers.
Okay. We then, on your list, I think, turn to the last case you discussed with EMPD, discussed with IPID on the 7th of March, and that's your item 7. Could you turn to deal with that one?
Maybe before you do that.
Yes, Commissioner.
Commissioner, let me just check this. In that item 6, the cobalt matter, you say in your explanation to the extreme right, then Stolz Mackenzie arrived on the scene with EMPD vehicles. How does it work? And I ask that because in the preceding paragraph, you say the SAPs were already on the scene. So to have the EMPD come in, how does it work? Is it by invitation? Would there have been a call? Does it necessarily have to be a call for support from the SAPs? So EMPD is free to just attend any crime scene within its jurisdiction?
Commissioner, normally, if we're operating in the same area, we can arrive at the same time, or just after SAPS is on the scene, we can also arrive at the same scene because of our patrols and the way that we react to scenes. It could be that there's a crime reported on the radio and officers from all over respond to the scene. And whoever arrives first on scene, there's a national standing, a national standard for municipal police services of first responder to scene. So if we are the first responder to a crime scene, our function on the scene is to stop the crime and preserve the scene until we can hand over to SAPS, who is then the lead on that scene, forensics, and whoever from the detectives and that. However, if SAPS is first on scene, they do exactly the same. They will preserve the scene, and we will not be allowed to enter into a scene if it is there. And I think that's what happened here. Is this Captain Carla Hartley, it was her scene, and she chased the officers away. So you don't belong into my scene. And it's also outside our area. Delmas is closer to our area, to the border, but it's also outside our area. And we will not respond because everything reported in Ekurhuleni, everything in there, when we respond to scenes, we will respond within Ekurhuleni. If it is outside our jurisdiction, then the city of Johannesburg or the city of Tshwane would invite us formally to say, please come and help this operation, or we're going to have an intergovernmental relationship roadblock. We need extra manpower, please send people, and then there's a full operation plan and approval before we actually deal with these scenes.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. I had invited you, Commissioner, to then deal with your last item on this table, item number 7.
This was the most serious remark, and when Mr. Makagula start to mention this. He spoke the most, and Nomsa's added a little bit to it. They immediately stated that there's threats against their lives because of this. There's a very serious investigation that they're doing into a murder case. This murder took place on 15 April 2022 in the Brakpan area, and it's being investigated by IPAT already, where it traced back to a body was found in a dam. So initially it was said to us it's Nigel Maryvale Dam in the Brakpan area. Don't know the exact dam, but this was traced back to the same group of officers who was there together with civilians. It's not one of the civilians yet mentioned. So there was a civilians on the site as well. And what was alleged is that they tortured this person on the scene, where they used a method called tubing, which is a piece of rubber that you pulled over a person's face and you suffocate the person. So they tubed this person, and at a stage, the actual the person who he has actually turned state witness. He submitted a 204 application and statement as well. He said that the person who they were torturing and in questioning or interrogating, he actually had said to them, but he's got money in the house, 500,000 rand, he'll pay that if he could lose him. And then the next moment, this person, they killed him. And from the scene, they called Brigadier Makwanasi after it took place now. And Brigadier Makwanasi arrived on the scene in a white Golf. And he then proceeded to direct them how to clean the scene. And they placed the body of the victim on this civilian person's bakkie, and they instructed him to go dump the body, which he then duly did. And then when it came out, and IPAT's investigating it, this person who did it, he turned state witness, according to him. He contacted me about 2 weeks ago again to say that he is a state witness. He gave a Section 204 statement to turn state witness, and he's committing everything. And so it is a confirmed case of where it happened, where Magagula was carrying the docket, and this stems from April 2022 already. And when we were informed of this, it was March 2023. And that's one of the reasons as well why we believe that a murder case that's already running for a year investigation, with witnesses, with a body, with everything already there, we thought it's imminent that he would be arrested extremely quickly thereafter. And yet here we are, 2025, and nothing has yet happened. So none of those officers has been charged that we know of. The case does not go forward anywhere. It is still being investigated. That's what my impression is from it. Also from internally, we couldn't do anything against the officers because to us it's hearsay from IPAT. They inform us of this, but they're not prepared to give us anything in their docket, which we understand. It's a murder investigation and they don't want to give us anything. But it is, to us, we thought that, that would expedite that the arrest will happen and that the court cases will follow from that as well.
So if the Commission were interested to interrogate the cause of delays in finalizing or prosecuting these matters that you have referenced, you're suggesting it is to IPID that the Commission must turn?
Correct, Commissioners. All our cases where the policemen are directly involved is handed over or taken over. Never mind handed over. It's taken over by IPID. They investigate the police when the police are wrong. So all the matters that we know of, that we mentioned here, has already been in the possession of IPAT, already known to them, and they are investigating it.
So as at the date of your retirement, to the best of your knowledge, this is where these matters stood, which was in February 2025?
Correct, Commissioners.
You have a second part of this evidence where you say since that meeting with IPID, that is the 6th of March 2023, 2 more cases involving EMPD officers have been opened by IPID. You deal with that at page 17. Can you take us quickly through those 2 cases?
The first one is the case where I'm the complainant in. The fraud, the uttering, it's these vehicles that was allegedly donated by CAT VIP to us. I am the complainant in that matter because I initiated the investigation. And I have at that stage in March, when we had the meeting with IPID, they alleged, but there need to be a complainant in this matter. So I undertook that. I know everything about the case. I'm the one who gave the instruction for the investigation. And up to that stage, with all the knowledge of the separate statements that we have already obtained for an internal disciplinary hearing, I made then the statement as the A1 statement. It was commissioned at Crystal Park Police Station, and it was then handed to Makagula in his possession, and it was registered at Boksburg as a case number under 26202-2023. This matter is the one that actually kick-started off the disciplinary side on the one side. But in the 2024 year, I don't know the exact date, I heard rumors that this case has been withdrawn, even though IPID constantly have contact with me and tell me that they're still investigating it and they're still obtaining statements from everyone and they're still busy with it. They constantly told me that this case is still being investigated. IPID Makagula himself, and then from February this year, there was a new investigator, a senior investigator, Kulu. Commissioner, I hope that is the correct pronunciation of Mr. He will be cross if I pronounce his surname wrong tonight. But he is from KZN, and he was drafted to come and fix something in the docket, and then he was released again back to KZN, and last month he came back again to do another portion of the docket. But when with a friend of mine then in the South African Police Service, when they look on the CAS system itself, where the case number is registered, that case has been withdrawn on the CAS system by a local South African police officer, a lieutenant colonel, at Boksburg itself in September 23 already. So even though IPID is alleging that they still investigated, they still contact me, they still have dealings where they say they're waiting for this or they're waiting for that. Up to now, on the CAS system, the case has actually been withdrawn as onopgespoor, which is undetected. And this happened in 2023 already on the CAS system.
Before you deal with the next matter, I think you may want to consider a correction to your statement.
Perhaps before that, have you, Commissioner, have you ever made inquiries as to why IPID is giving you to understand that investigations are ongoing when in fact the docket was closed as far back as 2023?
Commissioner, I have, and I've queried it with IPID themselves as well, and they have told me that they will investigate that as well. With the senior investigator, Kulu, he took a supplementary affidavit from me about 3 weeks ago as well. I asked him specifically as well and say, what's happened with this? And he says, no, he showed me, he's actually had the docket with him. He says, I'm now temporarily the investigator again because there's something else that I need to obtain in this docket directed from the DPP. The reason for it was that the docket was originally registered at Boksburg. And the query came up is that why is it not at Germiston? Because the vehicles were registered in Wadeville. That's where the crime occurred. And my answer to that was it started in Boksburg. Brigadier Makonasi's office, his police office where he works from, is situated in Boksburg. And it happened all over. So it happened in Boksburg, it happened in Germiston where the vehicle fleet section is. It happened at Wadeville where the registrations was done on Natus, and then when the vehicles were deregistered again from our names, it happened in Silverton in Tshwane. So it happened over the province, and we had to choose a starting point so I started it at Boksburg because none of the prosecution side wants to touch the docket. I don't know why, but everywhere where you get, they say, no, it's not my station, it's that station. It's not my court, it's that court. So I had to give a statement as to why did I choose Boksburg and that. But I don't have an answer. I have got the officer withdrawn it. I've got his name, but it's been withdrawn on the CAS system, and we've reported it to IPID. It was mentioned and it's been escalated to a national level in the South African Police Service, where we as municipal police have requested at a national level to the National Police Commissioner, where we have requested that a national task team be established to investigate corruption and crime within municipal police departments. And the National Police Commissioner has assigned officers from DPCI and senior officers, brigadiers, to actually assist us to establish a task team so that we can, from a national level, because we as municipal police are overlooked when it comes to investigation, and we are there's a group of officers right through the country of municipal police that commit crimes, but they are not being investigated properly. One of the reasons I touched on it is that in terms of the Racketeering Act, or in terms of what the Hawks must investigate, there's limits of like 100,000 rand incidents. Where we are saying is, if you go and look at what bribery is being committed by traffic officers and municipal police officers, if an officer works 8 to 10 hours a day and you have contact in that session with members of the public and he issues a fine every hour, he needs to issue 8. So very quickly you can do maths. If he doesn't issue, it's like 2 to 3 minutes to issue a fine. If it's an argument and a long lecture as well, let's make it 10 minutes. He still needs to issue 50 to 60 in his normal day, because he's been employed as a law enforcement officer, not a shoe salesman. He must arrest people, he must give notices, that he must do law enforcement. However, there's officers that issue 1 fine in 6 months or 1 in a year. And when you start looking at that and you calculate the possible contact that he had with public and the amount of complaints on the other side, and then the rumors of, if it's a drunken driving, it's 4,000, 5,000 rand, and you start calculating that, you will see that those type of officers is actually doing 100, 200,000 rand a month, if based from that, if you start just doing normal maths. And then you start looking at how officers live. They drive luxury vehicles, they live luxury estates. And when you ask your own counsel and you ask anyone, but can we do lifestyle audits on officers? It's always no, it doesn't allow it. So lifestyle audits is reserved at the moment for maybe the heads of departments or the city managers or the mayors. There's lifestyle audits. But at a lower level, there is no lifestyle audits at all. That's something that need to be, according to me, made compulsory, is that you cannot be a law enforcement officer and not be vetted to do your work.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I wanted to draw your attention perhaps to something that might require correction. The case you just discussed at page 17, you cite as a Boxback CAS 2620223. If you turn to page 19, paragraph 36, third line from the bottom, you refer to a case number 262032023.
It's correct, Commissioner. It's March. It's 262 of March.
Okay. So in this table, we should correct the 02 to 03.
Correct.
The correct CAS number. Thank you. That then leads us to your second case that you have since lent off since your last meeting with IPID on the 6th of March 2023. Thanks.
Correct. In the very first week, this matter already took place in 2024, but in the very first week of my retirement, as I finished, a lot of people that used to work with me still sent me information. And a lot of people, private people, didn't know that I retired. So they will still send me as if I'm the deputy chief at Ekurhuleni. They will still send me information and tell me stuff that happened. And this is publicly in the news as well, where 6 officers from the drug enforcement unit was arrested because they extorted plus minus 80,000 rand from a foreigner. These officers were arrested, detained, they were released on bail, and those officers have to date not been disciplined. Not even a disciplinary matter started against them. What is and they are reporting directly to Dion Singh, the brigadier that was suddenly promoted last year by Mkwanasi as well. He report directly to him. It's a drug enforcement unit. They've been what the officers speak to me and phone me and say, can it not be fixed? They were actually promoted in the sense that they've been deployed to do VIP protection, where they protect the people that stay behind, which is no threat analysis, nothing has been done on them at all. So they are being put as drivers for Bihari, for Kasheka, for Sarah Chita. They've been made drivers for these officers. So it's as if these officers has now suddenly been protected and they just moved aside from their drug enforcement unit, and they are being protected by them. But this happened after I left already, so it's information that's constantly being sent to me about this arrest that took place. And I saw it in the news as well, that it happened, but the incident took place in 2024 as well. And it's also investigated by IPID, and IPID did the arrest when they were detained then.
Thank you.
Are you moving off the table?
I was going to.
Okay. In the first item, the blue lights one, right at the end of your explanation, you say you were informed, that very last sentence, you say you were informed by IPID of direct links between CAT VIP and Ekurhuleni politicians. Do you care to explain a little bit more there, if you're able to?
What happened there is that the same journalist who queried initially, Mr. Jeff Wicks, he had, at that same time, he was busy running an expose in News 24 where every day or every week he would release a snippet of information. And the information he released was more aimed at the Tembiza Hospital finance scandal where the whistleblower Babita Dukaran was murdered. So the angle that he approached was from that side. And he attached that then to the Brigadier Mkwanasi, as the newspapers called him Blue Light Blesser. So in that situation, these links were made, is that this hospital scandal linked is to politicians based in Ekurhuleni, plus it is linked to this Blue Light Blesser then who assists them as a policeman to get all their functions performed in there. That is how that came up. It's part of the newspaper article expose that Mr. Wicks did.
Okay, and then lastly, I mean, we've gone through the list of the criminal conduct that, or the alleged criminal conduct that you discussed with Mr. Magagula, and some of it has been raised by commissioners as matters for disciplinary action, and you've explained why. Is it a case of, because of the environment, those who had the authority to request disciplinary or to even authorize disciplinary action, such as yourself and the chief, simply gave up on it? And I ask because we, at least in the case of the blue lights, we have a request from the chief for a tribunal, disciplinary tribunal to be set up. So we know there's a process which the senior people like yourselves could instigate, and yet we don't have anything done in respect of the others, the many cases that you've referred to. Is it fair to say you simply gave up on initiating disciplinary processes?
No, Commissioner. The thing is that we, as the deputy chiefs, we give it to the chief, and it goes through the chief's office to the HR to actually deal with it, to appoint the presiding and the presenting officers, and to make sure that the disciplinary proceeding is happening. However, Chief Mapie was sidelined completely, and he was victimized, and he was suspended, and he was placed on special leave. And every time when he was placed on special leave or anything like this happened, the then Deputy Chief Mkwanasi was the acting chief, and he failed to forward it to the correct HR processes. So it is not that we didn't try to do anything. I was even accosted that we are trying to push the matter on a criminal side, and I was threatened by the city manager in the same manner as what the chief was. So even though we tried to go to the corporate HR staff, and at that stage, Polani and Nisa, who was eventually dismissed during this period that we tried to inform them and say, carry on with this matter, what is the challenges and the problems? But then the chief would be placed on special leave, or we would be suspended. And then Makunasi was acting, and nothing happened then with these matters.
When you say you were threatened by the city manager, I mean, if it's still coming, if it's something that you're still going to deal with,
you don't know.
Is it still? Okay, all right, that's fine, I'll leave it then. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. That leads us then to paragraphs 36 and 37 of your statement, Commissioner, and you deal with 3 annexures in a row, RS 13, RS 14, and RS 15. And the 3 annexures relate to the quote-unquote blue lights issue. Am I correct in your paragraphs 36 and 37?
Correct, Commissioners. RS 13 is my original affidavit, which was commissioned at the Crystal Park Police Station and signed related to the registration of the vehicle, false registration of the vehicles in the city's name, and the operational plan that was falsified, the uttering that took place. So RS 13 is my original affidavit.
And we have dealt, I believe, quite extensively with the issues from your perspective relating to this matter. And this affidavit more or less reiterates what you've already told the commissioners. Is there anything out of this affidavit that perhaps you believe we may not have brought to the commissioners' attention that you would want to do so now? It would appear that we have covered everything.
No, it's correct. Everything up to now is covered actually in my affidavit.
Okay. The next one then is your RS 14. And this you describe, appearing at page 41 of the annexures file, this you describe as a picture of the docket in respect of the case registered by Mr. Magawul.
Correct. When you do an affidavit and you are the A1 complainant in a police docket, which is the SAPS 3, there's an annexure in the front of that statement, which is the 3M statement portion, which then state the date and the time and the station where it's registered, and then the CAS number that is there. It goes part of your A1 affidavit. This gets put on front to lead that, which is then registered with SAPS in a normal docket.
And lastly, at paragraph 37, you've got your RS 15
And lastly, at your paragraph 37, you've got an extra RS 15. You had, I think, briefly touched on this in explaining the fate of the criminal case you had caused to be opened regarding this blue lights issue. And can you deal then with
Correct.
An extra RS 15, which you say is proof that the matter was withdrawn?
This is a screen print of the CAS system that the South African Police Services use, listing this CAS number in the top right corner, 26203 of 2023. It states the date when it was registered and when it was handed over to the first investigator on the SAPS system only. It's not the real investigator then. But then at the last date at the bottom, it's 2023-10-12, which is 12 October 2023 at 16:27. It states the investigating officer. I don't know if I can mention his name or should mention his name.
He's a public official.
It was Lieutenant Colonel Mike Whiskey Ntswana, and it was then, and this is Afrikaans version, it was closed as onopgespoor, which means undetected.
What does undetected mean?
It's when you don't have any evidence in any docket and you cannot do anything further than it's undetected. It's if I, for instance, let's say there's a break-in at my house tonight and my motorcycle is stolen and the detectives come out, investigate everything, there's no fingerprints, there's nothing, they cannot find anything, there's no CCTV footage, then it will be very close to say, but they can't find any evidence on the scene, the docket is undetected and the docket will be closed as undetected.
How do you reconcile that conclusion with the IPID report we looked at, we worked through on Friday, in terms of which IPID made certain specific findings of fraud and corruption in respect of these very activities and recommended that Brigadier Mkhwanazi be disciplined? How do I reconcile that IPID finding in the human resource environment with this undetected finding now in the criminal case arising from the same facts?
I cannot answer that, Commissioner. That's why I say this is very strange, that a local police station at a station is actually closing the docket as if it's undetected and it's archived and stored in the archive and not being further investigated. This, while IPID is still investigating, they actually released a negative recommendation that there must be discipline steps taken, and the docket is still being, according to them, to me, it's still being investigated in a criminal matter, criminal investigation. It was already a few times thereafter presented to the DPP to actually make further recommendations, and it's still, as I stated, 2-3 weeks ago, senior investigator Kulu actually still took a supplementary affidavit from me. So on the one side, there's this IPID is carrying the docket, they're investigating it according to them, but on the other side, I have this proof from the CAS system that says the docket is closed as undetected at the local police station. So if you do inquiry now and you're searching anything on the SAP system, this will not reflect as an open case anymore.
Which leads me to ask you perhaps a fairly stupid question. Is the matter open or closed? Where are we at?
I really don't know, Commissioners.
Okay.
To me, IPID says it's open, SAP says, or the SAP station says it's closed. But I don't know the status of it genuinely because it's a detective busy investigating the case. I don't know what the status of the docket is.
Okay. I think Commissioner Baloyi has got it.
I don't have an answer to your question.
You know, a question of your own, Commissioner.
Let me ask my question. Is it not perhaps, and I think I want to ask more a practical question, that your evidence is that the IPID have the docket, as I understand you?
Yes, Commissioner.
Practically, what does it mean? What's remaining at the SAPS then, if IPID has the docket? And I'm asking the question to try and suggest, is it not possible that the local station has only a cover, that as you have given us here, and there's nothing inside it because the docket is with the IPID, and because he knows nothing about the IPID involvement and progress in the matter, he then, because he's left only with a shell of a docket, he then considers it to be closed. Is it not
Commissioner,
possible?
normally, what will, in other cases that I have knowledge about what happened is that if IPID takes a docket at a police station, it gets transferred to them electronically. So the docket is actually maybe a manual, practical hard copy that IPID takes, but on the CAS system itself, the docket is transferred to say whoever the detective is at IPID, so that the South African Police Service can trace their dockets where it actually is on the system. So the correct procedure that I've seen in other matters is that the IPID detective will actually sign for the docket, and on the CAS system it will be transferred into their name. And then once they finish with the docket and it goes to court, it will be they who take the docket to the court. So in terms of the South African Police Service practicality rules, that's how it would normally work. So in this manner, I don't really know why it was cancelled or withdrawn. I don't know if there's just a skeleton piece of paper that was left behind, but Mr. Makagula is the one who went to Boksburg, who did the actual physical, here is the docket, and he had copies of our docket. So he already had a complete docket with him, and there would have been no docket at the station left behind at all, because Mr. Makagula is the one who carries the docket.
In your experience, given your experience, once iPad, assuming that iPad is still, you accept what Mr. Ekulu said to you, he's continuing to do the investigation. Once that is done and finished, is there any difficulty in him enrolling the matter, getting the matter to be enrolled in the light of this from the SAPS, SAPS system, which says the case is closed?
Commissioner, that I do not know, but to enroll the matter at court, I would assume that IPID can just go to the court and say, this docket is concluded, control prosecutor, here is a complete docket, please enroll onto your court register. I believe that there would be no impact from this at all. The only impact this will have is if someone do an inquiry to say who's the accused, who's anything like that, it will come up as it's closed. The docket has been closed as undetected.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner. Did I understand you to say, as of 2 weeks ago, it would appear that Investigator Kulu has taken over this investigation? Because you've been talking about Magagula thus far. What is the actual position today as we speak, to your understanding?
I was contacted 2 weeks ago by the investigator Kulu to say that he has been recalled from KZN to come back up and to conclude a specific portion, a Section 205 application and my statement. He was tasked to do that. And he only did that portion, then he went back again. But telephonically, he has told me that he will come back up again because it's expensive apparently for him to stay up here. He's deployed in KZN, he's not from here.
Okay. This then will lead us to your paragraph 38 at page 20, where you conclude on this chapter.
Correct, Commissioner.
Yes, you may speak to that.
It's just that last portion that I already touched on, is that 2 weeks ago, the witness who turned state witness contacted me and he explained the whole situation to me again, and he confirmed everything that took place, and that he also informed me that he gave to Magagula a Section 204 statement already, and that he has turned state witness. That's what he informed me.
And that's in respect of the murder case you have listed under item 7?
Correct. It's in relation to the murder case, and that he's turned state witness, and he's already given statements to that effect as well.
Oh, thank you. Your next main topic is headed Internal Disciplinary Process and Interference. And under this topic, you deal with a few subheadings. Let's start with your first, disciplinary action against Brigadier Julius Mkhwanazi. Would you like to take the commissioners through that part of your evidence?
Obviously, I initiated the investigation because I was the acting chief of police. But Colonel Erasmus, because he heads internal affairs and they were still reporting to me as caretaker, he kept me abreast of as the investigation would go on. And after his internal investigation has been completed, he submitted it to the chief of police, who is Commissioner Mapie. And the dossier and this letter from Commissioner Mapie was then forwarded to the Director, Human Resources, the Employee Relations section, which is Kolani and Nisa. He has been made the authorized representative by the city manager. She delegated it to him to appoint presiding and presenting officers in serious matters when it's a formal hearing and that. So in that process, Mr. Nisa prepared the pre-suspension and it was signed by him as recommended, and then by Ma'am Linda Kasheka, who was the head of human resources. It was then served on him for a period that he was suspended for a period of 3 months, starting from February 24th, 2025 to May 24, 25. Mr. Neza proceeded to appoint a presiding and a presenting officer firm, 2 different lawyer firms. Madlanga is one of them. And in this process, the draft disciplinary charge sheets was drawn up by Madlanga, and it was then sent back to us. And we, in our dossier, when they sent it back to Colonel Erasmus, he approached me, and we then had a meeting with Mr. Ngisa, Chief of Police, Colonel Erasmus, and myself, where we discussed the charge sheet, because initially there were only 4 charges which relate to the registration of the vehicles that was in there. But during Colonel Erasmus' investigation, there was another matter that came up, which we then suggested, but Brigadier Mkonasi made in his own statement, which he gave, he alluded to more donations that he received to the value of 300,000 rand from Medicare 24, which then draw our training academy into the matter as well. And we then suggested that these 2 charges must be added as well, because it also is a contravention of the MFM Act and the policy of receiving gifts and donations. This was corroborated by then he was the brigadier of the training academy, Ndumiso Twabe, who made a statement to say that Brigadier Makonasi assisted him and informed him that he can go to Medicare 24, which is situated in Boksburg. The training academy, we would train recruits, and part of the recruitment training, they would have POEs, which is portfolio of evidence, which is like an exam paper or projects that they must complete for these purposes. And the training academy ran out of paper, and there was a shortage of POEs. So Brigadier Mkonasi then arranged that Brigadier Ndumiso Twabe can go straight to Mike van Wyk at Boksburg, and they will then create and generate our POEs, which they then subsequently did. The masters were there, and then they printed these. And so this is all in this docket already for internal misconduct.
Commissioner, earlier you explained the issue or question of donations, and those purported to be donations to the municipality. Remember, now the admission that you referred to by Brigadier Mkhwanazi, an admission of receipt of donations amounting to 300,000 rand. Was this receipt of donations on behalf of the municipality?
Correct, Commissioner. It was, and it's a reference.
I'm looking at page 44 of Annexure RS 16, bottom half of the page. That's where reference is made to the cadet examination at the college. That's the heading. So you say that donations to the municipality, not to him personally.
Correct, Commissioner. It's in the internal investigation.
Yes.
Colonel Erasmus approached Brigadier Mkhwanazi and stated that he must give a version of what took place in this event. And Annexure RS 16, page 43 to 45 is his submission, that he made a statement which he signed off on to say, but all of this took place. And he explained then that we, for instance, even the Medicare 24 and CATS security services, it started already in 2020 during COVID. So in his own statement, he stated that. And then on page 44, in the middle portion, projects undertaken with CAT. It started off with point 1, which states cartels examination at the college. We engaged the team when we had challenges of stationery at the college when cartels were about to write exams and there were serious institutional challenges with printing papers and ink. We requested their intervention and the commitment that Mike van Wyk made and fulfilled in terms of printing and producing documents that made cartels to write the exams with our EMPD at the cost of more than 300,000 rand at that time, as per their estimation. So that portion is where he states for himself that we accepted again a donation to that value. And the charges that we then disciplinarily decide that is that again it's non-compliance with the policy of declaring donations as and when they occurred, and that the correct process must be taken with regards to donations. I know that it's maybe a Freudian slip, but we...
the cartels instead of cadets.
Yeah, but it could be a Freudian slip, but it is... We took a long time, but we believe it would be cadets. When we don't speak to our recruits, we speak to them as recruits or students.
Yes,
we don't speak to them as cadets, but it's possible that cartels is actually referring to cadets.
Yes, I almost said that when Chief Mapie was testifying. I almost said a Freudian slip, but I stopped myself. There it is, you've said.
But it's my opinion.
You've said it. All right. I sought that clarification, Commissioner, because reading paragraph 41 of your statement, one might think that you are saying that Brigadier Mkhwanazi received the donation in his personal capacity. So that's why I just sought clarification whether this was a donation to the municipality in the manner you explained this morning.
Commissioner, it's maybe my grammar. It says that Brigadier Julius Mkhwanazi had personally admitted to receiving a 300 Rand donation from a subsidiary, and then I carried on. But it's not, it's from his personal admittance that this donation was not declared.
Chair, through you, I think the Chair is correct. What is expressed in the statement is slightly different from what is in the actual document. The document makes it clear that the donation was to EMPD. The phraseology in the statement would appear to suggest that that donation was made to Brigadier Mkhwanazi personally, right? And that is not that wasn't your intention.
No.
And perhaps then to avoid any confusion and miscommunication, the statement should read, this evidence revealed that Brigadier Julius Mkhwanazi had personally admitted to EMPD receiving that donation. Would that resolve the problem?
That's correct.
Okay, we shall do so. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
And then obviously after that meeting we had, and we read this statement, and then it was decided that Colonel Erasmus must inform the lawyers to add charge 5 and 6 as well, because it's again a contravention of the donation policy.
Thank you. That then takes us to the second leg of this main topic of disciplinary processes and interference. You now have a sub-chapter titled Intervention by Human Resources, starting at paragraph 43.
At this stage, this is already when his suspension is starting to end. There's an intervention by Kasheka where she, as the head of HR, sent a letter to him that he must come back to the office and that his suspension ends. But at the same time, when these charge sheets were served on him, the lawyers sent it to Tolani and Lisa to say, please ensure that the charge sheets are served on Mkhwanazi. And he in turn gives it to a person with the name of Tami Zambe, who is a senior person working at HR as well. And there's other interactions that happen at the back end that I know now, but I wasn't present when this took place. But at that stage as well, I asked Mr. Zambe, why are you not serving it? Because I was CC'd in the charge sheets when it was sent, and I was following the process, and then at a stage I'm at HR and I ask him, why are you not serving this? Why are you keeping it at bay? It's not being served to him at all. And then he said to me, is that he phoned Mkonasi to say to him, come to the office to come and fetch these charge sheets. And Mkonasi told him over the telephone that I spoke to Kasheka and the city manager, and they instructed me that you shall not serve this on me, this process will be stopped. So I said to Zazambe, we made a joke about it, it's like, it's not possible. He's lying to you. Why don't you just give him an instruction that he must come through? And he says, no, he's honest. This is what happened. He's been stopped from serving these notes on them, and it came directly, firstly from Akunasi, but then in the department itself from HR. The charge sheet and everything were being withheld and not served on him. So then I touch on it in this letter that is being sent from Kasheka as the head of HR. She's sending a letter to him to say, your suspension has been uplifted, you must return to the office and go back to your office that you can do your work again. And in that process, the chief of police, we had a short management meeting when it was decided by the chief that he's going to redeploy him to the director bylaws. Now, there's 8 director positions in the Ekurhuleni Metro Police, and the director bylaws position at that stage was vacant. So he said he will deploy him to the director bylaw. It's the same, similar job description, same level, there will be no interaction, but then he's not...
Sorry, Commissioner. When we are done with what I'm raising with you, you'll go back to the deployment. You say that Brigadier Mkhwanazi said that he was not going to accept service of the disciplinary, let me call them disciplinary documents or documents relating to the disciplinary process, and that it was the municipal manager and who else who had said he should not receive this?
Kasheka,
yes,
the head of HR.
The head of HR, yes. Yeah. And when you and others said he's talking nonsense and that he must be served, he then said, no, the person that was serving. He said, no, it's actually true. And my understanding is that you said he had actually gotten word from above that this was indeed the position.
Correct, Commissioner.
The brigadier was not going to be disciplined. Who were you told had actually said that the brigadier should not be? There is someone from the top who is supposed to have said this.
When we had arguments then where we were actually arguing and fighting with HR, and Mr. Niza said that he was informed that it shall be stopped and it shall not proceed. So he directly informed me as well, over and above Tommy that made it in a joking matter, but Mr. Niza said to me that this matter will be stopped and it's instruction from above.
Whose names did he give?
He gave the names of Linda Kasheka and Dr. Imogen Mashazi as the city manager. He said they instructed him, and he says also that Advocate Kemi Bihari from legal, the 3 of them were involved in the matter, and this matter will be stopped.
Yeah. No, I just wanted clarity between what Brigadier Mkhwanazi said and what came directly to Mr. Niza. So you've clarified that. Thank you. You were at the stage of the deployment.
And then I referenced that his suspension was uplifted by Kasheka on RS17 is the reference then to the upliftment of his suspension, which was on the 24th of May 2023 signed by him.
And for the record, that is at page 46 of the annexure bundle.
And the chief then, subsequent to that upliftment, when it came to his attention that this upliftment was actually effective now, he issued a redeployment letter to Brigadier Mkhwanazi.
I keep interrupting you as you come to to the deployment. Is it not so, though, that the upliftment of the suspension was a function of the fact that the 3-month period allowed for suspensions had run out?
It is correct, Commissioner. However, even though it's a clause 16 of the disciplinary procedure agreements, you can extend again if it actually do that. So sometimes it will happen that the chief of police would say we're running out of time because of there's still investigations to be concluded, and then the suspension will be extended again. However, in this matter, the chief of police didn't even have the opportunity to extend it again. He was just informed that the upliftment has already been issued by Kasheka from Human Resource.
Thank you. I won't interrupt you again on deployment.
I shall do the interrupting. Commissioner Baloyi.
Just to follow up on that, the power to extend the suspension, where does it lie? We know that the initial suspension was by the chief of police. Does he carry the power to extend, or does it lie with HR? That question one. Two, is it provided for in the collective agreement, in the disciplinary procedures collective agreement?
Commissioner, the first suspension was done by Kasheka. So the chief of police completed the request to Human Resources that the process be done, Klolani and Nisa. He then obviously most probably typed the letter and he signed as recommended, and the first suspension was done by Kasheka as the HOD HR. It's in the city of Ekurhuleni, the manner how that works. In my current position, the chief of police is the one who suspends. So she fills in the suspension, and if it comes to the time that your suspension must be uplifted or your suspension must be extended, the chief of police do the suspension. It's only in Ekurhuleni different. And that method of doing it that way has also changed, which will come a little bit later as well. It was changed on a specific date. So this Makonasi matter actually changed the whole procedure within Ekurhuleni.
Well, thank you for the correction on the evidence about who suspends. The second question was, is it in the collective agreement that the power to extend an extension at the end of 3 months?
It is contained in the collective agreement that the initial period is 3 months, but it is not specifically speaking about the extension, but it's practice that you can extend and you must do it in times and there must be reasons, but it creates later on when it comes to labor law, it creates issues that you always will have a points and limine raised because of why it was extended. So it can be extended and it is extended in practice, but it also can cause delays in a later proceedings.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. I think Commissioner Baloyi has covered the area that I'd wanted to, because my reading of Annexure RS 17 is that the author suggests that 3-month suspension period can never be extended. And the view you express is it is capable of extension under certain circumstances.
Correct, Commissioner. It can be extended, and it's numerous times have been extended in the past as well.
Okay. Thank you. This then leads us to the next heading, which you have titled Death Threats, simply. Could you speak to that?
Commissioners, there's still paragraph 44 and 45, the redeployment that I didn't...
Then perhaps 44, 45. 44, you in part, no, not in part, extensively dealt with earlier in response to a question, I think, from Commissioner Baloyi. But if you want to reiterate what is in paragraph 44, for completeness sake, please go ahead.
After he was uplifted now and he's back at work, the chief of police redeployed him to the director bylaw position. And he just blatantly refused. And about approximately 2 to 3 weeks after he was redeployed, a letter was issued by Kasheka to the Chief of Police to say that the Chief cannot deploy him, he must be redeployed to his substantive position as Director Specialized Services, which in my mind, and we had proper discussions about that to say, but this is a usurpation of the Chief's powers and functions. He's deploying. Section 64C says he's the one who deploy, who transfer, who appoint. He must sign off on everything. And if he deploy any person and he gives him a legal police instruction to go head a unit or go head that, he's the one who takes responsibility and he's the one who gives the instruction. For not complying to that, it is a very, very serious misconduct. If it was still in the pirate era, he would have walked the plank. But he's being protected by someone from HR who's got no powers to interfere into policing matters, who's actually giving an instruction to a police chief that this person must be moved back to his substantive position. That is the only part that I want to put down there, is that there's proper interference from civilians into the policing arena and contravening the South African Police Services Act, which gives specific powers to the Chief of Police.
And for the record, Chief Mapie dealt with that process during the course of his testimony, and he has submitted into record the letter that you reference, instructing Chief Mapie to reverse the decision to deploy him, Brigadier Mkhwanazi, to the bylaws division and requiring him to be placed back in his substantive post, and Chief Mapie's own response to that demand by Ms. Kasheka. So it is dealt with in full there. So it is... Yes, Jay.
Yes. I seem to recall, I don't know whether it was in Chief Mapie's evidence or in one of the statements, either his or yours, that a reason was given for the deployment in the bylaws section. Just remind me, what was the reason again?
Commissioner, I'm
asking this because surely the chief cannot redeploy at whim. Yes, the power maybe is in terms of 64C, but I doubt that this is something he can do, based on how he feels. I'm using he because it's a he now, the incumbent is a he. Surely there must be a rational basis. But if you don't remember, no, it's
no,
not.
There was a rationale given behind it. And as I stated earlier, is that the director positions are all the same job descriptions, and therefore you can be deployed to any one of those to do the same work. It's one will be dealing with specific bylaws, one will be dealing specifically with the police station area. But the rationale behind the letter when it was given is that because there's still investigations going on with his group and with his influence at the specialized services, is that he temporarily be redeployed to the bylaw section. So there was a rationale given.
I think that's exactly what I seem to recall in my mind. Thank you, Commissioner. That's enough.
Thank you, Chair. And perhaps for the record, if the Chair could scribble on Commissioner Spears' that part of Commissioner Spears' statement. Chief Mapie, in dealing with this aspect of things, references annexures JM30, which is the same upliftment letter, followed by JM31, which is the letter from Ms. Kasheka, challenging his, Chief Mapie's, decision to deploy Brigadier Mkhwanazi to bylaw enforcement, and JM32, which then is Chief Mapie's own response to Ms. Kasheka's challenge as to why Brigadier Mkhwanazi has been deployed to bylaws. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. And then in that paragraph, that chapter, you conclude by expressing a view that as far as you are concerned, this constituted usurpation of Chief Mapie's powers contemplated in Section 64, capital C, sub 2.
Correct, Commissioner.
And you say Ms. Kasheka has no authority to interfere in municipal police matters in this manner.
Correct, Commissioner.
How else would she become involved in police matters?
She cannot be involved in any policing-related decision or the deployment or transfer or movement of officers. Her function is as a human resources to do the administrative portions behind the scenes. If an officer is appointed or redeployed, capture it in the HR system, manage the personnel files. That is what the HR function is. It is you, and it's strange to say it, but I don't listen to civilians. I'm a policeman. I listen to my direct line of command in a line from the chief of police to me, from me to the brigadiers underneath me. I don't listen to a person from HR giving me policing instructions. I will assist them if they ask information, and they will do paperwork and administrative work. That is the function of HR.
Thank you. Commissioner?
Yes. Perhaps on that theme, we saw in the letter of appointment of Chief Mapie something to the effect, and this is from the city manager, something to the effect that he will exercise his powers or perform his functions, among others, as directed or the direction of the city manager, some such wording. What do you understand that to mean? The powers of the city manager over the chief of police?
In terms of the South African Police Services Act, and I think it's section 64B, is that the city manager is accountable for the Metro Police to the council. So she's a conduit to the council, and she must be accountable for the Metro Police. Now, because she's accountable for the Metro Police, obviously she will have powers in the sense that the chief of police must account to her whatever he does, but not related to policing matters. It's in his day-to-day work, how he spent money, how he spent the budget, how he operates within the environment of a local government, that he complies with the MFMA, the Structures Act, the Municipal Systems Act, all of those legislation. And whatever is being done in the municipal police must be accountable to her. And that is the function. To issue a policing instruction will be considered as interfering into policing matters. Only the chief of police will have the powers, and that's where section 64C then steps away from the city manager, who is accountable for the municipal police to the council. It steps into the chief. He himself must then have the following powers to that. And it goes further. The city have a matrix of delegations. So council resolve a complete chapter, a whole policy on delegations, where council, because just about every piece of legislation will speak about an accounting officer can do this or accounting officer can do that. And all of that is then in a council resolution taken to say the following delegations is delegated to this individual. And the chief of police has then two sets of delegations that is delegated to him from council. The first one is that everything in section 64, chapter 12, everything that is mentioned there is then delegated to the chief of police. The delegation for the Firearms Control Act, where the Firearms Control Act speaks about the responsible person for an official government institution, that function is delegated to the chief of police. And every other piece of legislation that assigns a function to a council authority, in that set of delegations, it is then given to the chief of police by council, not by the city manager. And then further to that, there's a generic set of delegations that deals with how normally HOD of a department will deal, the appointment, the practical appointment, promotions and discipline processes. All of that is then also delegated as a separate set of delegation to the chief of police.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let's turn then to at page 22 of your statement, the sub-chapter you have termed death threats.
During this same period, this is now this May, June, July period, when all of this is reaching like a hot point where this discussion is going on and nothing happens with the disciplinary and nothing happens with IPID. Everyone gets more information and it gets worse and worse and worse as we go along. I am suddenly approached by a person from the State Security Agency, and he is stating to me that they, a State Security Agency, have picked up that there are death threats being made against me, where this Brigadier Mkonasi and other officers was discussing in Katlehong area, they were discussing to rent or hire Inkabis, which is a hitman from the KZN area. So they were discussing this, and they already have plotted the concept of it's easy to take me out because I drive for my private capacity. I also have motorcycle, and I enjoy motorcycle riding, adventure riding, and it's easy to take me out because I use the motorcycle. So SSA concluded a complete threat assessment against me and with my house, and there were conclusions made at the end of the day where they asked me if I'm kosher with it, if a guard can stay on my premises and I would provide water and electricity to the guard. And I stated, yes, I will do that if it comes down to that. But I also look after my own security and my family security in a very secure manner. And that they then reported this to the city manager.
Commissioner, may we pause at that point when you start talking about the city manager? So please remember where you were exactly. May we take a short agenda?
Indeed, Chair.
We'll indicate when we are ready. Let's
You'll indicate. Okay, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Spies, you recall you were still dealing with your engagement by the State Security Agency regarding potential threats to your life or on question of your safety. And the Chair had interrupted the flow of your narration there. So if you could pick it up from, and if my recollection serves me well, you were dealing with the State Security Agency, what do you call it, investigator, reporting back to you engagements he or she had with the city manager.
Correct, Commissioner. The investigator came back to me and he stated to me that the report was submitted and that there is a definitive threat against me. And he said to me that after he presented to the city manager, and that is that she came back with a nonsensical answer to say, I provide him with a gun, he can look after himself. So I thought that because it's the first time that I really have a threat analysis done on me or anything like that, and I thought, everyone is maybe they just didn't want to do it. And I actually undertook then to the investigator from the SSA, and I said, no, it's fine. I will make sure that everything they recommended is from my side is actually implemented. And we then, based on that, even to date, we live extremely reclusive. We have improved our security tremendously, but we have stopped visiting anyone. We don't go out after hours at night. We live extremely reclusive because of this actual threat that exists against me and my family that is being made.
And if I may inquire, that was the assessment. Then you didn't give a time or a date. What year was this when the SSA did this assessment?
It was in 2023. It was in that period, May, June, July, when this was like reaching a peak situation in the department itself.
And secondly, did you ever have a conversation with the city manager regarding this matter, you directly?
No, I never had a situation or a discussion with her at all about it.
Having been informed by the SSA investigator, why didn't you have an engagement with the city manager regarding this very concerning matter about your safety?
The investigator said to me that he did propose that the guardhouse and the guards that must be placed, but that he was informed that the city will not pay for this cost at all and I must look after myself. After that, I also had a discussion with Chief Mapie about it and stated, is this genuinely what happened? Because I couldn't believe that my city would take such a stand towards me when I'm just doing my normal work. And he stated, it's true, I must look after myself and I must make sure that my security is everything intact.
Have you ever had another assessment done? Do you know what your security situation is as you sit here today?
As I sit here, we live still extremely reclusive. I haven't had another security assessment done. I have verbally approached the Provincial Police Commissioner to say that I must be reassessed, but there's no formal, that I know of, reassessment done on my security at all, or my family security. Any
other comments you'd like to make on this topic, the death threats?
It's just that for the last weekend, since I started to testify on Friday again, on the last weekend on social media, there's again people that make comments, but it's farcical. It's comments of, look after yourself, we know where you stay and things like that. We live very secure at the moment. We reclusive and we don't go out and we try to look after ourselves at the moment.
Chair, and is that the end is that the conclusion of that subchapter? Chair, it's now just going for 3:30, 15. May I request an early stand down and we resume tomorrow at 9:30 with Commissioner Spies back in the box.
Let us adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Chair.
The first one.